2020. I'm Aaron Michael Sanchez. This is the first ever virtual live chat that we've done ever. And again, we appreciate each and every one of you. It's going to be a topic of discussion for quite some time. You know, filmmaking, how do you do it during coronavirus? Well, you do it the way we're doing it. Yeah, it's via our partners over there at sia.live. And I'm telling you, you're going to be super happy if you just go and check it out. There are a variety of passes that you can get. And look, you're going to have panels, discussions. If you're a filmmaker wanting to get into distribution, there's some cool panels for that. There's other great panels about script writing. There's so much more. But we're going to have some filmmakers around the corner with us, joining us in just a bit. But I want to give you kind of a glimpse of what you can go and do right here, right now, in order to support the filmmakers that you're going to see on this broadcast. And I want to show you right here the La Femme Film Festival, made by women for all. Again, the La Femme International Film Festival. This is their 16th year. Okay, they've done it consistently each and every year. Really great. And to show you just some of the films here that are going to be featured. I'm telling you, if you just look at some of the trailers here, you're going to be really, really like ecstatic. In fact, I've seen a few and I'm like, man, how can I get it all? So without further ado, I just want to show you, if you click on the home page here, and we posted the link, by the way, for you to see and click on it. There are several different passes that you can get. There's the all access pass that includes everything. Okay. Then there's the film pass, there's the panel pass, and there's single tickets. Now, obviously, if you're somebody who is supporting maybe a family friend, you may, of course, just think about the single ticket price. But the panel pass, let me just give you a minute here to look at the panel passes that you can get right here. Okay, using your, and these are typically things that you go ahead and show up for and you see them in person, but we're doing it all virtual. So it's all going to be live in the moment for everybody to see. So you're not going to be alone on this, by the way. But look at the first panel. Using your short as a proof of concept to gain exposure for your feature in Hollywood. Stevens College presents Opening the Doors in Hollywood, building your team. Pitching, writing, creating a story that will sell, what Hollywood is really looking for. What does distribution look like for the indie filmmaker? Getting your film sold, especially during coronavirus. Oh my goodness, people. Then there's the WGA Committee of Women Writers presents Telling Women's Stories. Sony Pictures Entertainment presents Meet the Executives, talking about trends. And the La Femme International Film Fest free lobby access. And of course, you got to purchase that. But look, all of these names and much, much more. Okay, so that's a lot already. That's $29.99. If you just want to get the film pass and you only want to see films, that's $19.99. And if you want to get the all access pass, that includes everything. And it supports great filmmaking at its best. So look, either way that you think you might want to do it, I recommend you to go get it. I'm going to go get the $49.99. I got it. Can I get the hookup? No, I got to pay. Got it. Okay. It's a thing. All right, people. But it's a thing that I know many of you are going to appreciate, because let's face it, there's like films that I'm waiting to see in the movie theater, and there's no movie theater open currently other than the drive-in. But you could do this virtually starting this week. How cool is that? Starting this Thursday, you can go ahead and, well, you can do it even today and go ahead and get in line pretty much, right? But how cool is it? You don't have to get ready. You can watch in your favorite attire, get your friends, well, the coronavirus-free friends, right? Or family members. And what's better, I love this part about Sia Live. We get to tune in with other people across the globe, wherever they're at. So you get to make friends, you get to see people in the lobby room. It's great. It's fantastic. And you're going to have Q&As with the filmmakers. Speaking of filmmakers, joining me, waiting in the lobby over there is somebody who I really can't wait to talk about. She has a film. It's called Lancaster Park. I checked out this trailer, and I'm telling you, it is, well, you know what? Joining us right now, let's see if we could get Linda. I hope I got it right. Linda, I don't want to mess up your last name. We got Linda Rice? Please tell me it's Rice. Reese, there we go. Linda, hello. Thanks for joining us. I got to ask a really quick question. Where are you joining us from?
My coronavirus-free living room in LA.
In LA, fantastic. Okay, so we're in the same neck of the woods. Look, Linda, let's jump into this, okay? Lancaster, I've been to, but you really kind of put a really good spin. Talk to us about the story.
I wanted to do a story that looked at single parenting and also how far you would go to protect the ones you love, even if they did something that you thought was awful, and what would happen if you were wrong. What would you know, the guilt. So it's all about parenting guilt and misassumptions. And I'm a single parent, and my daughter is now nearly 30 and awesome. But we had some moments in her teens where they just don't talk to you. And so that we address that too in the film. And it's different dynamic when you're a single parent.
Linda, I'm so glad you mentioned that. During this pandemic, which the whole world is in, right? I don't know if you're going to do your next film on that with, being a single parent during coronavirus, but but during this film, I could imagine that you had some pretty fun moments behind. How long did this take to put together?
We did it pretty fast. I had the script for a while, and I was sort of holding on to it. And then I, from first day of pre-production to, having a finished product was maybe 3.5 months. We shot in 3 days. So for a short film, it was fast, but I was also on a mission to just do it and get it done. So I opted to do my fundraising after.
Interesting. So you put everything on the line to start with. I got to say, first of all, Linda, look, it seems like you're no stranger to the world of filmmaking. To people out there, especially independent filmmakers, what's your bit of advice that you say, look, you got to get this right before you go all in?
I think that the two things that I mean, aside from a great story, which you can have the best people in the world on something, and if it's not a great story, it doesn't make any difference. You can't polish, what. But after a great story, good actors, but it's really interesting. I've seen a lot of shorts in festivals where the sound sucks or design sucks. And the story's great and the acting's great. And it's like, if you just had somebody who came from an art department background go, look, if we just tweaked this over here and popped that little picture there or something, give some zhuzh behind you. Or sound is so important. I have an amazing sound designer, Matt Yoakum, and I will never do another movie without him because he taught me so much about all the layers that you can get with sound.
Well, and Linda, look, I know I would love to have you for forever, but Linda, obviously being part of the La Femme Film Festival, is this your first year?
It is. I submitted my first film 2 years ago, and we didn't get accepted, unfortunately, but I did attend. And I thought it was a really awesome film festival, and I have a tremendous amount of respect for Leslie, whose festival it is. So I'm excited that we got in this time.
Well, I can't wait to see it. It's Lancaster Park. Again, Linda, thank you for spending time with us here on the La Femme Film Festival virtual meetup. And stay safe over there, okay? And for those that want more information of your fantastic film, is there anywhere they can go or follow you?
You can follow Lancaster Park Short Film on Insta. The same handle for Facebook.
Thank you, Linda.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Be safe. Okay. We'll be right back with more right here at the La Femme Film Festival 2020. That's right. Joining me right now is somebody who has done a really good, well, look, Queen of Newburgh. I got Lisa Cole. Lisa, good morning.
Hi. Good morning. Hi. I'm the co-writer of Queen of Newburgh. So glad to be here.
Yeah, well, look, Queen of Newburgh is an interesting take on, and you did a very interesting collaboration. Can you tell me, for those that are watching for the very first time, how would you describe your film?
So it's a screenplay at the moment, and we hope to make it into a film. Working very hard on that goal. Yeah, so I'm the co-writer, and about three and a half years ago, I traveled to a town in upstate New York called Newburgh, New York, and I was working there with someone helping them try to finish their documentary, and I was taking a look at some footage, and I saw a young woman in the background of the footage, and I asked about who she was, and they told me her name was Ronnie Moody. And I was lucky enough to meet her that weekend, and we struck up a conversation, and we started communicating by Facebook and instant messaging and whatnot. And anyway, I asked if I could come back and spend some time with her, and so we met up in Newburgh again about a month later, because I live in Los Angeles. And we spent an afternoon together talking and kind of bonding over different things in our childhoods. And we come from very different backgrounds, but we found some common ground. And then over the next 6 months, I would go back every now and then, and we would continue speaking, and we would interview with me, and I would write notes down and discussions, and we started talking about, I asked her what she would think about wanting to collaborate on a story about a young woman in Newburgh and some challenges facing life there, and the goals and pursuits of a young woman. And she, I said, let's, would you like to collaborate? And this can be inspired by certain things in your life. And she said she would like to, and that began the next phase of a really incredible journey.
Well, and Lisa, look, I did see the trailer, by the way, and I gotta say, I love how she said it. You said like you were able to put dialogue in such a way that it was done. And then she goes, "Yeah, I like to, take it to the next level, so to speak." She used a word which I thought it was funny. I don't want to say it because some people get very, against it, but she's very real and raw, right?
She's incredibly real. She's incredibly talented. She's got a great talent. And we had a really great collaboration writing the screenplay together. I basically would try and go back every 4 to 6 weeks, sometimes for about 18 months, I would say. And I would spend a lot of time there with her, hanging out. We developed a really special friendship. And we spent a ton of time getting to know one another and her family and friends. And I tried to immerse myself in culture that was new to me. It was very interesting to learn about Afro-Caribbean culture and soca music. And there's so many rich islanders. It's such a rich cultural place there in Newburgh, such a special community. And I was lucky to be welcomed by the community and get to know and make a lot of friends there. And I have a documentary background. And I think I just have a love of learning and a love of meeting new people and new cultures. And for me, it was really great to be a complete minority in an environment too that's largely African-American and Afro-Caribbean. And I have a daughter of color, and I think that it's really important to understand. And so for me, it was a really special experience to spend time there. And I really treasure my relationships that I built there and my time there.
Well, Lisa, we've run out of time. I apologize. If you could give like a quick, brief synopsis of what you learned from doing this film with her, seeing it from the eyes of her versus yourself.
Well, I think it's a really important time for people to think about who controls what narrative and who tells what stories. And so I wanted to be very mindful of that it wasn't me, just an outsider coming into the community. And I learned a lot through the experience, and I made some mistakes, and I would certainly do things different and over again. But I at the same time, I don't regret a moment of it. And I love my time there and the experience. And I'm really proud. And I know she's proud of what we've created together. I'm sorry she couldn't be here today to join me on this conversation, because that would have been the best scenario. She's a wonderful human and a really talented young lady. And yeah, we hope to rise together with this project and hope to get it made.
Well, Lisa, thank you for spending time with us. For those that want more information, Queen of Newburgh, how can we get this made?
We shall. We're finding the right team right now, and we will do it. So thank you so much for your time and attention. And thank you to Femme for having us and for picking us as a semi-finalist. Good luck to everyone in the competition. We're so excited to be part of it.
All right. Thank you very much. From LA to you. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you. Have a great day, Aaron. Bye.
All right. Thank you. Okay. We'll be right back with Made in Auschwitz. I can't wait for this. This is cool. All right, joining us right now, Made in Auschwitz, Sonia Winterberg. Sonia, this film, oh my goodness, I'm not gonna lie, I was a bit like, I think I'm gonna cry during this.
Right, yeah, and that's a little bit. I think especially for men, it's usually something that they kind of like, they cringe. You know, they hear the title and they're like, and yeah, it's a very emotional film for sure.
Well. And you have some of the women featured in there, which God bless their soul. Oh my goodness, I don't know. They're very elderly now, but they were recounting some of the things of the very painful moments that they had to experience in real life. And I hate it that some people, especially the younger generation, I feel like they need to see this film, especially with the family, because I've heard it said, "Oh yeah, that didn't even happen. That's fake news." And I go, what did you learn by this experience making Made in Auschwitz?
So I think the biggest learning for us was how important telling these stories is, how these women overcome their fear of speaking to somebody about these most intimate experiences that they made. So I think for us as the younger generation, it was really a steep learning curve in what they endured, things they didn't know at the time, you know, that their survival mode, whatever they kind of like chose how they would come out of this, you know, there's a lot of, there were experiences I think we would call traumatic today. I think those words didn't exist back in the day, you know, they just knew how to keep quiet, and that's what happened to them for almost 70 years, you know, before they started talking to us on camera.
Look, Sonia, obviously putting something like this together, not easy, but you really put everything into this. Can you describe for those that might be on the fence about watching something like this? Because I don't know how graphic but it's real. I mean, people looked at the Steven Spielberg version, which made huge acclaim, but this is, I mean, you have photos, you have video, you have. Is there any warning you give to the viewer?
So I think the warning is that the protagonists, the women, the survivors in our film, they detail what they experienced, and they're a very small group. There are 6 women who we have on camera who survived out of several thousand. There were only a few hundred survivors after the war, but of course by now there's actually only one of the protagonists that we filmed with is still alive. So it's really has come down to a point where these are elderly women talking about an experience they had 70 years ago. So on the one hand, it's something that I feel we haven't lived through it, so we can at least listen to it. Is it graphic? Sometimes it is. It's not in the film graphic. We don't show any sterilization experiments, what the film is about, that happened in Auschwitz, but they talk about it, and we talk about the science background, medical background, we talk about the historic implications, and also who benefited from these experiments, which were 2 major companies, Bayer and Siemens, you know, companies that are around today. So we for sure have a responsibility to tell and listen to these stories.
Well, Sonia, our time is up. I want to go on forever on this. For those that want more information on this fantastic documentary, it was really well done. I can't wait to see it. I'm definitely going to get in line on that virtually. For those that want more information on your fantastic film, where can they go?
We're now on Amazon, actually. So you can look, if you don't see it during the festival here at La Femme, there's a possibility to both order a DVD that's on Amazon or to stream it online from Amazon. So,
all right.
yeah.
Well, and again, you could do the virtual thing here, which is all live and all in the same. You don't get that with Amazon, by the way. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, Sonia Winterberg, everybody. We got to take a quick break. We'll be right back with our next film. Very interesting. Touch. What's that about? We'll be right back.
Thank you.
All right, joining us right now, all the way from Touch, it is the film by Alexandra. Alexandra, I am not even going to try your last name. Please help me with it. I don't want to botch it.
Szczepanowska.
Thank you. I will say that. Alexandra, I will say Alexandra S. Alexandra, look, Alexandra, obviously Touch, very interesting project there. For those listening and watching for the very first time, what's it about?
It's about a Caucasian woman living in China with a Chinese husband and a Chinese family, and very much wanting to be part of China, speaking Chinese, fully integrated. She thinks as integrated as she can be, and trying to go deeper, trying to get permanent residency. And she basically falls for a Chinese blind masseur, has an affair, and things start to fall apart around her. She breaks with the affair, and he comes after her. And
which is why it's a romantic thriller, right? I mean, you put the thrill in the romance, and now you go, whoa. Okay, so obviously this project, done pre-coronavirus, so pretty easy, hard, still difficult. This isn't your first project, right?
It's my first feature.
Really? Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
And welcome to the La Femme Film Festival.
Thank you.
Being your first feature, look, I understand, obviously, there's always a lead up to a feature, but was this a project that you've been wanting to do for quite some time?
Oh, yeah. It took a very, very long time. Well, for me, it's a very long time, about 4 years, from the moment I started writing to the very end.
And obviously, look, the film has already gotten a lot of acclaim. La Femme is not the only one that's featuring it as well. But having gotten some of the awards that you've gotten, I got to ask, do people come up to you and say, thank you? Because some may find this to be a good warning for them to stay away from this type of situation, or they've been in this situation. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what people did after Fatal Attraction, I heard. Men were very afraid afterwards.
Me included. I've met a couple. I'm not going to throw their names out there, okay? But look, obviously it's very well done, and many people oftentimes they see you and they say, "How can I get to be like you?" How did you get to be like you in the world of film?
Oh God, I don't know what that means. I mean, I follow my passions. I follow my heart. Everybody told me not to make this movie. Everybody. It was very, very hard to make it. It's fully in Chinese, so it's a very hard sell. As far as like looking at the market, everybody was telling me if you want to make it, you've got to make it in English. I said, well, that's not going to be organic to the story. It's not going to work. It's not going to feel good. So I think in the end of the day, you just have to stick to what you want to do. Hope it works. If it doesn't, there are a lot of lessons along the way. And I mean, that's.
I personally love to watch. I don't know about you, but I binge watch a lot of stuff in foreign languages. By the way, as long as it has subtitles. I did learn a little Chinese. I did learn Ni hao, wo jia ya ren, ni jia shi ben ming zi. That's it. That's as far as I go. Okay, more than I do Spanish. Look, Alexandra, obviously we've run out of time, but for those that want more information or to follow your great progress, is there another film coming up around the corner for you?
I'm working on another film. But it's for me, it takes maybe a little longer. I'm still in the writing phase of it, so we'll see.
Well, we all got time. Okay,
it's gonna be local. I mean, it has to be local now.
Hey, you know what? Let's do it. I'm sure there's a way to do a virtual version too, right? Pre-COVID, but not COVID. I don't know if at the point that you can't make a film about coronavirus, because by that time, hopefully, we'll be over it, right?
Hopefully, and no one will want to go back.
I can't. I can't wait. Okay, Alexandra, thank you for spending time
Thank
with
you.
us
Thanks so
here
much.
on the La Femme Film Festival 2020 edition. We'll be right back with another great film and another great filmmaker. Thank you, Alexandra.
Thank you.
All right, joining us right now is Meryl Botula. Good morning, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Aaron. Good job with my name. I appreciate that.
I try. Look, butt ball.
Yeah.
I got questions on this.
Right.
I don't know that I should ask. I'm gonna let you introduce it, okay?
Okay. Well, to hit your question right out of the gate, butt ball is a grade school, elementary school playground game, also known as wall ball or asses up. I'm originally from Pittsburgh, and in Pittsburgh it was butt ball.
No judgment.
Yeah.
Look, butt ball's going to be the new phrase of the day between kids everywhere. I didn't get to experience this, but obviously, look, you put this and you package it up in a very interesting project. Can you speak about what type of project that is?
Sure thing. It's a short film, slice of life tale set in the 80s, following a young tomboy as she navigates being in 5th grade, all the highs and lows, gym class, math class, navigating her first crush. And because it's set in the 80s, the Challenger explosion is part of the short film as well. It's kind of hanging in the backdrop and ends with the Challenger.
Okay, so obviously, look, you already said my favorite decade, 80s. So I could imagine like you did some like to make it look that way, right? Because sometimes there's a cinematic feel that you're going for versus like, new version. But tell me about some of the maybe one of the challenges that you had that you were able to overcome and putting this project together. Because people hear short film and they think that's easy. No, it's sometimes more complicated, right?
That's a wonderful question. Nano budget. You think because it's a cast of young children that would be the challenge? No, they were all such a dream. It was making 80s on an absolute nano budget, which meant a lot of trips. I'm based in New York, but it meant a lot of trips back to Pittsburgh to specific thrift stores that I know would have those little pieces that would suggest the 80s as best I could on the nano budget.
Well, you know what? Look, I say good job on the nano budget. Great job for joining the La Femme Film Festival. Thank you for spending your time with us. For those that want to get tickets, you know which day you're on?
No.
Okay, we got to get that information. Okay,
I
seriously.
know. I'm horrible. I'm so sorry.
I'm going to pull it up right now at the La Femme International Film Festival. It's okay. It's cya.live/channel/La Femme. Go there. We put the link everywhere. Thank you so very much for spending time with us, Meryl.
Thank you, Aaron. Have a wonderful day.
Bye-bye. Okay,
Bye.
We'll be right back with another filmmaker. Ooh, can't wait to introduce you to this person. Be right back. All right, joining us right now, all the way from They, Them, Us, Jane Marlowe. Jane, how you? I think you're muted there. Can we unmute you?
There we
There
go.
we go.
Hello from London.
London's in the house. All Jane, we love you already. But They, Them, Us, talk to us about this project.
Well, it kind of was inspired by a conversation that I had with a young friend of mine, and they were talking about their kind of gender confusion, gender exploration. And it sort of suddenly occurred to me that there was a whole kind of culture shift when I came out back in well, I'm not going to say exactly when, but, the whole dialogue around sexuality and gender and pronouns and all that sort of thing had evolved so much. I just thought that the way this person was talking about their experience, there was a really compelling and kind of passionate story there to be told that was really going to speak to this generation of young people.
Well, Jane, look, obviously you're no stranger to the world of filmmaking, I would imagine.
Yeah.
So you have what I call investment years, right? Never throw those investment years away, is what I'm saying. Be proud of it, because you are a great inspiration to so many other filmmakers that are just trying to get into this world. Obviously, my first and foremost question is, what is your number one advice to any filmmaker, whether they be a seasoned pro and or brand new?
Oh, wow. I think that one of the best pieces of advice I was ever given as a writer, I've been a TV writer for many years, is just to write from your heart. Don't try and kind of fit a mold. Don't try and second guess. Because those are the shows that probably won't make it. But if you write from your heart and you write something about something you're passionate about, which we definitely are at They, Them, Us, then that will show and people will be engaged by it. And don't give up. If people don't like it, or that might be their taste, your doors will be shut on you. But, if you're passionate about it, don't give up.
I love that. You know why? Because like everybody, look, I've talked to filmmakers during coronavirus, and some are like, I want my movie seen in the movie theater. And I'm like, that's not going to happen right now anytime soon. So being part of the La Femme Film Festival, how is that a different dynamic for you? Because it's a brand new dynamic for us.
Yeah, no, it's amazing actually, and we're totally thrilled to be involved with it, and especially on the new platform that we've been running a tech rehearsal with the cast and the cast that are going to be coming along for the Q&A after the screening on Friday, and yeah, it's just wonderful that you can reach this global audience, and it's opened. Looking on the positives about this situation, it's opened up a whole new audience. We can be in London and LA, or, you could be anywhere around the world and watch this absolutely barnstorming set of films.
I love that you actually saved money and you didn't have to come all the way to the States, and you could still be with us, and that we could be with you. Isn't that cool?
It's quite cool, but I would love to go to LA as well.
Well, you know what?
Yeah,
next time. Let's hope for the best and wish for the best. But in the meantime, let's make it an amazing party, right? Because you could do a virtual party. Are you going to have any drinks like to your side, like a little bit of tequila, a little bit of rum? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, there might be. We're going to have quite a few of the cast on stage. So hopefully there's going to be a really fun Q&A session. And I'm sure those of us who can get together will, I'm sure.
Thank you, Jane, for spending time with us here at the La Femme Film Festival 2020. Jane, can't wait to see your project.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Cheers.
All right. They, them, us. Go check it out. We're going to switch gears up with a brand new host. Yes, I can't wait to introduce you to everybody. Ariana Sanchez is going to be here with us. Stay tuned for more right here at the La Femme Film Festival 2020 virtually.
How are we here?
Oh, hello. Mary just stepped out for a second. Hi, you guys.
Hi.
Hi, Emma. You look amazing.
Yeah. I'm wearing my new Vote shirt.
Oh, nice. Nice. Very timely.
Well, yeah.
Ariana, you were muted, actually. So we cannot even hear you, girl.
Talking to you this entire time, trying to introduce you.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you for calling that out. How are you, ladies? Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, we're gonna have another third lady or fourth lady here very soon. Are we live already?
We are live. We're here streaming. Welcome to La Femme Film Festival.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you. Is this the first time you see each other since you did the film together?
Is it?
I think so.
Yeah. Virtually, for sure.
Yeah.
Interviews. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
so good to
I miss you.
I think you're muted again, Ariana.
I'm gonna
Makes sense. Come on in.
Hey guys, I'm Aaron Michael Sanchez. Ariana's to my, of course, right. Look, let's talk about this project because you guys are doing some pretty amazing things, and I want to know why people need to watch this.
Well, if I may speak about it, I guess people need to watch it to get inspired, first of all. I won't tell you much about the plot of the film because I want people to watch it and make it their own. But what we strive to do, I think, in this film is to look at us human beings, us women and men, with humanity and with empathy and tenderness. And in this instance, it's a story about a female composer who gets stuck. She loses her inspiration. So we go on this emotional journey with her and trying to see how is she going to grasp her new reality, and how far is she going to go to maintain her sense of self when the creative and the romantic part of her is being threatened.
Got it. Okay, so Esther's Choice, obviously happening. We've got all of you here in this. I got to ask, coming away from this project, you seem like better friends after than before. Which is it?
We got closer, right?
Yeah.
Did we?
Yeah. Going through experience of the movie and spending those 3 days together made us close because we had to surpass a lot of circumstances
Yes.
during the shooting.
For sure. For sure.
Ariana, I'll let you end with the last question.
The last question, what advice can you give filmmakers that are working in projects with people that they may or may not know?
Emma, do you have an advice?
Oh, I was waiting for you for that one. You're the filmmaker here. Go, you take that one.
I think you should work with people you worked with before or know of. I think for us, this 3 days of shooting a short film that got into like 23-minute film, having the intimacy and trust that we built before the actual production was crucial. So knowing each other or working, not with your friends, but some people that you trust and love and admire actually helps you on set as well, because it's going to get hectic. So that friendship that friendship like takes you out of with the collar, out of the deep water.
Well, as you guys know, budget constraints and time constraints, we are on a very tight constraint. So for those that want to check out the film, they could do so virtually. You guys can all tune in. You're going to have like a cool Q&A, right?
Yes. October 15th, we're going to have like a real premiere with Q&A, Masha, Emma, October 15th, EST, 3 p.m. and noon for everyone out there on the West Coast. And I will have my genius cinematographer with us who, will add a lot to the conversation, I think. So we're waiting for everyone for the Q&A.
We can't wait. I know, Ariana, you and I are going to be like, right? We're going to be on this.
We got to do this.
All right. Thank you very much. More from La Femme 2020 coming up around the corner. We'll be right back.
Thank you. Serena, hi. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me and having us and all of us. It's going to be a long day for you, but thank you very much.
No, we're happy to be here. So excited. Is that the flyer to your film behind you?
Ta-da! Yeah.
Born. Oh my.
Yes.
So tell us, what is the takeaway that you want the audience to have from your film?
Sure. We made this film about the gray man. It's the men's story. So many people might wonder, why men's story? But we created this film in this, especially in this chaotic time, we think it's very important to it's a good time to reflect back our mind and think about what's really important to each one of us. Mm-hmm. So everybody wants to accomplish something in our own life, right?
Right.
So, and we believe it's important to have that conviction, faith, belief, especially this time. So, and also we believe if we change our mind, the world around us will change, and we should not forget it. So,
Right, that's so
Yeah.
true and powerful, because the mind really does have so much power into the way you do things in life.
That's right.
That is so beautiful. What inspired you to create this film?
I mean, we wanted to create this story because the man right here. I mean, the Twice one is almost 90% based on the true story of the Japanese man who is still alive today, and he has received spiritual messages from heaven. And Nichiren, the Buddhist monk, and other very famous spirits such as like Jesus Christ and Buddha, if you believe or not. But when he was, he explored about that, but he kept receiving these spiritual messages from heaven, but he thought it's not a special thing, and he wasn't sure if he was special enough to follow that spiritual path. So he kept working at the regular company as a finance trader, but and he had promised life, and he also had his loved one, but he decided to abandon everything, including his career, girlfriend, and his family, and decided to follow his mission to teach the truth about the spiritual world.
Right.
And so actually this is very slow, and it's foreign film, it's Japanese film, so I don't know.
You just gotta get past the subtitles, right? Like, how are we gonna learn if we stay in our box of what we know? We have to expand our horizons. I think it's absolutely beautiful that he's sharing this story, and if it's a calling that he keeps on receiving, and now you're putting it out into the world, that's absolutely beautiful. So is that a message that you have to recommend with people to follow the messages that life is giving you, even though there's fear involved, or?
Sure.
Or what can you say?
Yeah, I mean, there are way too many dark films in the world. So we believe our mission is bringing the happiness and pure-hearted films to the world. And, and everybody who are involved in this film was told the truth and tried to be honest to their souls. And there is no single fakeness in it. So I hope everybody is going to feel that pureness of the film in the main character.
Oh, I think it is absolutely beautiful. I love that you're putting this out there and you're making it. Thank you so much for joining us here with the film festival. Congratulations for being selected. And we have to keep moving. Are there any last words of something that you would just like to share? Maybe something that stands out during the filming of the film?
Sure. I mean, we created this film to hope that everybody can find your own mission and what's really important to yourself. And it's a very slow film, but I hope you all gonna enjoy the artness of the film, and I hope to see you soon at the festival. And thank you very much for having us, LFM, and also you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Where are you joining us from, by the way?
I'm actually in Los Angeles right now. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but yeah, we are all from Japan. So.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I'm so excited for Twice Born. Check it out. Based 95% on a true story. So, Serena, thank you so much for joining us again.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
In the beginning, all films were short.
It's not a charity. We're not here to help you. We're not here to help your cause. We're there to make our money make money.
It probably takes a year to 2 years to really start seeing money. That title of executive producer on a feature is not the same as the title of executive producer on a television show.
Because what you're seeing on television right now is history in terms of where decisions are being made today.
Don't give yourself a bad review before you start.
I'm sorry, I'm super awesome, and this is my pitch.
What are recommendations for packaging?
Getting to the right person at the right time, and you have the right piece of the package that they want to see.
And be able to adjust, because the plan will never execute exactly as you plan it.
If you set aside money for social media, for a publicist, for marketing, things like that, and really you don't have to sit behind those dollars, and you can have more control of your own release.
You can't go wrong. But as for me, I knew that my episode was either going to be awesome or fine. You know what I mean? That's the risk you take.
Welcome back. We're here at the Femme Film Festival virtually, and with us now is Melania Cresson. Melania, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
So you created Titus and Mirabella. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Yeah, Titus and Mirabella. Yeah, that's right.
Tell us a little bit about your film. What is it that inspired the creation of it?
Yeah, well, it's been more than one thing. First of all, I'm an actress and I really wanted to play in a comedy. And nobody offered me a part in a comedy, so I just thought, oh, I'm gonna write one myself.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. Congratulations.
Thanks. And then the second thing, I would say the city, because I was living in Germany at the time, in a wonderful city, and it just inspired me to write this romantic comedy.
Nice. I do hear that a lot, that, you know, if you're not getting offered the roles that you want to play, you should go out there and write them. So kudos for you for doing it. And it's in a film festival. Like, how amazing.
And it was actually also Judi Dench inspired me to do that, because I'm in love with the sitcoms that she played in. And I really, really wanted to play in a comedy like that. And yeah, so she's my hero.
Did you find yourself laughing and enjoying more when you were performing than when you were writing it? Or what is a connection or difference that you noticed?
You mean laughing? Well, I would say while doing it. We laughed more, because I had my partner, my acting partner there, and we also had 1 week of rehearsal, which helped a lot because we also improvised a lot, and it was a lot of fun to act with him. So definitely acting and rehearsing. Actually, rehearsing, I would say, was the most fun part for me, because as a director, you're super stressed on set, and maybe you don't get to enjoy the acting bit as much as if you're just an actor.
Sure. So you're sitting there creating and creating and creating, right? So having written and been in it and directed it, what do you recommend for actors out there that have not landed a role that they like and have received the same advice but haven't followed through for it? What is something you can tell them?
It's very hard to give somebody else advice because everybody is in a different stage in their life, in their career. And but I would say, just if you want something specific, you either have to kind of attract it, attract the role, which means, for example, if you're interested in dancing, then start going to classes and do more dance, or if you're interested in history, you can read a lot. And it's funny because sometimes things do show up, things that interest you do show up. Or you can write yourself a show or a film or something together with your friends, with your mates, with your colleagues.
Right.
So I think,
So kind of take a step to see where you are in life and pursue from there.
Yeah, I think, for example, I had a period where I was really, really interested in dance and in modern dance. And a part showed up for me, an offer in a short film where I had to play a dancer. So sometimes you kind of attract things in your life.
What you're doing.
If you believe in them.
Yeah. Now, are you going to have a screening party for your film? Because I mean, I know that right now there's all of this. You are. When is it?
On October 17th in LA. And in Europe, it's going to be on the 18th because of the time difference.
Okay. So is it going to be the same day in Europe, but just at a different time?
No, it's going to be a different day because in LA, it's at 8 p.m. in the evening. And here in Europe, it depends where you are, but I'm in Romania right now. And in Romania, it's going to be at 6 o'clock in the morning. In London, for example, it's going to be at 4 o'clock in the morning or something like that. So it depends.
And will you be having a Q&A at your film screening?
Yes, my acting partner. So the other main actor will join us as well. So we're looking forward to that. I'm very excited.
That's very exciting. So
Yeah.
October 17th, Titus
Yes.
and Marabella are screening in Los Angeles at 8 p.m.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for spending some time with us. Everybody, make sure you go check out her film. And Melania, thank you.
Thank you for having us. Oh, thanks very much. And
of course,
have fun.
Thank
Watch our
you.
film.
We will. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello.
Hey, hi.
Hey, Margarita, welcome. Thank you for joining us here at Lifetime Film Festival Virtual Edition. Congratulations.
I think Norm Fassbender's probably in the waiting room. He's my co-writer.
Okay. Let's see if our virtual, there we go.
There you are.
Welcome.
Hello, hello.
So you two co-wrote this story together.
Yes, we did.
Yes, we did. We're in 2 different countries.
What? Where are you each located?
Well, I'm in Los Angeles and
I'm in Canada, in Edmonton, Alberta.
Nice. So how did you two meet to write this project together?
We're actually face-to-face meeting right now.
Yeah, this is the first time we've ever actually seen each other.
But we've been working together for it's been over a year now, right?
Yes.
Since Jaron Summers introduced us?
Yeah, Jaron's a Los Angeles-based screenwriter. He's originally from Edmonton, and he put Margarita and I together.
Yeah,
that is awesome. So how did that? How did the idea for Maria in America come up, and how did you go about writing that together?
Maria in America, MIA, Maria in America, is it's about a disabled Marine veteran who comes back from the war, and she basically has to figure out how to live in the civilian world. And so the idea actually came about between Norm and I. We really wanted to feature a Latino family, first of all, but also include all of the different things that are happening right now. Because, we're just constantly being bombarded with a lot of images. And so and Norm, please add to this, but we sort of wanted to show like the flip side of those sort of negative images that were being put out there.
Yeah, and our script is half live action and half animation. I work at a small animation company, and so between Margarita's experience with Marines, in that there's so many in her family, including her brothers, and I'll let Margarita talk about that. But the idea is when Maria, our character, comes in contact with things that she can't quite handle, she flips into an alternative world, which is animated, and it's based on her father's favorite story, her father's favorite cartoon, and so it enables us to deal with very serious subject matter, but and include a little bit of comedy, a little bit of dark comedy, a little bit of adventure. It's where she goes to survive.
Yeah, what a beautiful way to like subconscious thoughts and everything that's going on.
Yeah, and it's tough because Margarita's brothers. Maybe you could talk about your brother Margarita, and because it's really tough subject matter. Period. But for Margarita, even more so.
Ooh. Yeah. So it's inspired by my youngest brother who we lost to suicide in 2014.
I'm so sorry.
So a lot of the experiences are inspired by things that he went through, and things that I also experienced with him as a caregiver for a short time. But I think a lot of the different experiences are also universal. On top of living through post-traumatic stress, it's just everyday struggles of life, and so so all of that together, it just sort of it's just this there's these rich stories there, and yeah, they are inspired by my baby brother, who's no longer with us, but I think that the potential to be able to show this to so many others so that they can try to maybe start to understand what happens to our veterans. I mean, we still have 22 veterans a day taking their lives, even more so right now during COVID-19. And so mental health resources and stories like this can hopefully propel the conversation forward and create a change.
Sure, yes, of course. I think it is so important. There's so many topics in life that people don't talk about because they fear the uncomfort that it comes with. And it is so important to raise awareness to these subjects and bring about them, and how beautiful to use art and whatever you have to get creative to actually reach out to lives, because you never know that sharing your story can actually help somebody who's going through that same struggle. So I am so grateful that you guys have taken, this experience in life and created something so beautiful that's going to help in life for others. Are you going to have a screening party to show your film, and when? And
well, we hope to. I mean, we would love to be able to see. It's a TV series, so this is the pilot, but we would love to see it like on Netflix or Amazon.
Yes.
I think
these are the type of stories we need.
Yeah, and I mean that's the knock on wood, right? But that's where we hope to take it.
Yeah.
You want to add something else?
Yeah, and it's a very real story. We're dealing with real people in a real community, and it's about Maria protecting her community and her family. But we also have an oddball Canadian. I have a lot of family in the United States, and so it with the Canadian coming down and moving into the building and into a Latino neighborhood, knowing nothing. He gets to ask awkward questions and stupid questions and to bring out the narrative and being, if you will, the fall guy. So it is a tough story, but we want to keep it on the lighter side of things. But also we'll make fun of foreigners like those Canadians, and it'll allow the characters to talk about issues that they wouldn't normally talk about because they sort of know them, but the dumb Canadian, of course, wouldn't
bring it up. So that's the way you strategize. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see this film. I mean, unfortunately, we weren't able to pre-screen them, but like watch them ourselves hosting, not all of them, but it just sounds like so inspiring. What is something that you two can give as an advice to other people that are writing or filmmakers creating?
Oh,
I mean, you have so much.
My advice to filmmakers or other creatives who are thinking about writing stories: just write. You gotta do it. You gotta put those thoughts on paper or in your computer, but put it down, because once it gets from here to there, then you're only going to go forward from there. When you can find someone to help you adapt it to script, I mean, there's so many people right now who are working from home who would love to be able to do, to help out filmmakers to be able to adapt their scripts as well. So I think that's something that with COVID, it's become more easily accessible to be able to not just work from other countries like Norm and I are able to do, but also just connect with others. And I think that you got to write it, and then start searching for resources. But you can always message me as well. I'm happy to share resources with people. Norm, do you want to add something?
Well, yeah, I would say there's nothing about film and television that's easy. But I would say embrace your crazy, own it, and yeah, I don't know anybody in the arts who isn't a little nuts. Who doesn't have some weird background. So put that down. That's what people want. I watch a lot of, I love comedians. I love comedians, and the greatest ones tell their own story. I listen to Mark Maron interview comedians, and I love it. I love hearing their backgrounds. And then when you get to see some of those comedians live, you go, oh, I have a story too. So I would just say, embrace your crazy, tell your own story, get involved with crazy people like Margarita.
Awesome. You two have been absolutely wonderful, inspiring. Thank you so much for giving us moments of your day to talk about Maria in America and raise awareness to such a beautiful, struggle of life and way to overcome it. We really appreciate you. Congratulations on getting selected in this year's La Femme Film Festival. Norm, Margarita, blessings to you both.
Take care, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hi, Willa.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Welcome to La Femme. So first of all, before we get started, I want to tell you that this film was so beautifully shot.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, and so please tell us all about it.
Sure, I will. So I can't take all the credit for how the beautiful cinematography looks. And cameraman Matthew Ziegler, who definitely took the lead with all the the beautiful polish of the visuals. But Starting at Zero looks at the issue of early childhood education and why it's so important for our country to take seriously and invest in for the future, for our future success, both for individuals but also for society as a whole. Yeah, go ahead.
I feel like we put so much emphasis in getting our kids to college and pushing that, but we forget a lot about the formative years. So what would you say about that?
Absolutely. I mean, the early years is where it all begins, and laying that, strong foundation really from birth or even, before birth, really just has such huge, pays such huge dividends down, in the future. There's a lot of research on, for every dollar invested in the first 5 years of life, the return on it is, 7-fold, 10-fold, it's debated what the exact number is, but, there's a lot of really compelling research that shows that if you lay this high quality foundation in the early years, then there's just so much better outcomes. You're not spending money later in life, whether it's spending money in the prison system or in special needs classes in high school. So it's just a really, but we don't as a society pay enough attention to these early years. As you said, there's so much focus on getting into prestigious colleges.
Right. And then we forget that during those formative years, I mean, you can create really great human beings that will obviously stay out of the prison system and just flourish. So what made you bring light into this issue?
Well, my client, the Soul Dance Charitable Foundation, was the real starting visionary behind this project, and their biggest goal, their 30,000-foot vision, is to put a dent in poverty. And they did a lot of research about what the most effective vehicle for this, where they should invest their money. And they determined, through their research, that early childhood education is a pretty compelling place to invest if you really want to have that kind of big picture impact in terms of alleviating poverty, at scale. Just people's life outcomes are just, so much better. And actually, there's a big study by National Academy of Sciences that just came out, just kind of saying, yes, if you, give children high quality education early in life, they will have better outcomes.
It seems like it's such an obvious thing, but still we're not doing it. So how long did it take you to prepare for this film?
We had it in production. We actually never set out to make a feature-length film. We were interested in Alabama's early childhood pre-K program. They have had the #1 nationally ranked program for over 10 years, and we were interested in how they accomplished that. So about 3 years ago, we set out to just create a simple how-to video about how they accomplished that. But then, once we started interviewing, we just realized that there was so much more to the story. And we really wanted to, just tell a much broader story and look kind of early childhood education and how we can begin to improve the system.
That's amazing. Well, thank you so much for bringing light to this issue. And please tell us what's next for you.
Well, we're, working on different things. There's been a tremendous amount of interest, grassroots interest in this film across the country, which has been really gratifying, and I think just speaks to the need for this. So we're going to continue to create content, around this issue. And, personally, I'm beginning a, interview project with, just various thought leaders in issues like this that really, have the potential to move us forward. So.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Willa, for having us, and for us having you. And where can we find you?
So our website is startingatzerofilm.com, just www.startingatzerofilm.com, and there's links to our Facebook page and Twitter and Instagram accounts, and we're just going to keep adding content and, host screenings around the country. So, if anyone has interest, we'd love to hear from you.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Willa.
Thank you so much.
Take care. All right. Bye-bye. Hi, Lydia.
Hey, Martha, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing good.
Please tell us about Love Big.
So, well, I just wanted to thank everyone at Femme for having my screenplay in the semifinals. That was really exciting. And Love Big is about it's a Gen Xer rom-com with a touch of raunch. That's the gist of it. Because women in their 50s are sexual and confident too.
Yes, exactly.
So it's the story of Gina, who is a career-driven fashion executive who has not found that elusive love, and Joe, he's a charming but grieving music teacher and father who's trying to get back out there after the death of his wife. And they meet for the first time on New Year's Eve, and boom, they're struck by Colpo di Fulmini, the thunderbolt. So that night, in typical fashion of them growing up in the 80s, they slept together that night immediately. But
whoa.
Joe he doesn't make, the after fuck phone call, basically.
Right.
Happen. He doesn't make it because he's still grieving the death of his wife. So Gina's crushed, but she's at this point in her life where she's just about to turn 55, and she's like, I want to be in a relationship. I've done the career thing, I've done the money thing, I've got a great life, but I don't have that love. So she's like, Joe, I can't wait to see when you're going to be ready to do this, because, who knows when somebody's grieving, you don't know when they're going to be ready. So they become friends. So Gina and Joe actually become friends. So the film is kind of a cross between, you know, When Harry Meets Sally meets Trainwreck.
Yeah.
Because Gina now goes on this mad dash mission to find love and the internet. And so she starts going and having all these different dates. You know, it includes a Calvin Klein underwear model. There's edible, there's a dick pic, and then there's this thing that her and her girlfriends call the pussy protection pack. And
oh my gosh, what is that?
a little pack she does with her friends to make sure she's safe when she goes on dates. And in the meantime, Joe, he's just, you know, even though they're friends and they're hanging out together at the gym and stuff, he's still stuck in his grief. And so he turns to his music and he turns to volunteering at the senior center. And then he's a good dad to his 20-year-old daughter. And then I don't know if I want to give you the end of the film.
No. It sounds so exciting.
But it is typical cookie cutter. It is typical, you know, rom-com fashion where you go and, you know, it is the formulatic, you know, you boy meets girl, boy and girl have.
I feel like we need more rom-coms in our life.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds super funny. And of course, I mean, I can't wait to see what happens, especially with him. So, I mean, can you give a little bit?
Well, you know, it is a rom-com. So yeah. And I'm a little hopeless romantic over here. So, of course, they are getting together at the end.
Okay.
So how that exactly happens, I don't want to totally give it away, but they do get together at the end. And my little motto of the film is, you know, we all deserve a happy ending in more ways.
Yes. Oh, yes, we do. So tell me, can we see any screenings? Is there anything coming up? Any questions and answers?
The film right now is only in script form. So I am in like pre-production stages at this point. I am, you know, looking, I'm going to be starting to look for producer, director, and financiers, you know, to get the film off the ground. You know, my goal is to make it, you know, to make the film and shoot it in 2021. You know, with COVID and stuff, it kind of put a little damper on things and trying to figure out how, you know, how to do a production, you know, and this is going to be my first full-length feature that I'm doing. So this is something that, you know, I'm learning how to do right now, and I'm gathering the team and finding the people who are going to help me make this into, you know, the film that I want to make.
Well, Lydia, thank you so much for being with us. I can't wait to watch your film, because I know it's going to be a film. That sounds amazing.
Yeah, thank you so much, Melissa.
Thank you so much, Lydia.
Hi. Hello. Oh my gosh, it's so close to my face.
Boom. Hi, Madison.
Hi, how are you?
Welcome, Still a Femme. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. I'm suffering from a bang situation right now. I cut them in quarantine.
Uh-oh. They look good, though.
Thank you.
You did a good job. It doesn't look like you cut them wet. So that's
I feel like I have like a curtain on the top of my head.
No, it looks good. It looks really good. So tell me, tell me about Flesh Lou.
Yeah, so it started out actually because my closest childhood friend lost her father when I just moved out here. And I'm Serbian. I come from a Serbian family. So he was this true cigarette smoking, Slivo drinking Serbian man with the best sense of humor. So as we were mourning, everyone kept laughing. And I just kept thinking, like, no one's allowed to laugh this much when someone dies.
Yeah.
Which sounds crazy, but that was sort of the premise of the film, just an exploration between how far I could push the boundaries between laughter and grief. My own mother acted alongside me.
Which one was your mom?
The gray-haired lady, Jean.
Short hair? No, a little bit longer, right?
Yeah, so the mother. And so it's about 3 women mourning the loss of their beloved Lou when he's accidentally cremated. And yeah, it's just supposed to show how bizarrely people can act when, you know, they're struggling to communicate with one another.
So I saw that you've put a lot of focus on the accolade women. Is there a reason why?
I have 3 older sisters. I have a lot of women in my life. I have a ton of women in my life, actually, sometimes more than I want. And so for me, it holds so true to me. And so I think in writing my next projects, you'll be seeing a lot of family dynamics, family dramas, lots of women. I come from a family business, so it's what I know.
Nice. So what made you write about this specific issue? Well, not issue, but this topic.
Yeah, I love to laugh, and I think that it just gets me through so much. You know, when something embarrassing happens or something sad happens, it's just the one thing that saves me is my sense of humor. And so for me, that just resonated, and it just felt like any way to kind of show my dark comedy, my morbid sense of humor. It was very easy to write. My mom and I act this way. That's why I couldn't have anyone else do it but us. Because
well, your mom's pretty amazing for her to actually be in the film with you.
Oh, it was the hardest part.
That's amazing.
Like, Mom, stop acting. I didn't hire you to be in this to act. I wanted you to just be yourself. And she did such a good job.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, where can we find you? And can we find any screenings coming up?
Yeah, so right now I just finished. So it's still just screening, still kind of private right now. So all of that will be to come, but it's still very new. So I wish I had something to say right now, but I'm so happy and feel so blessed to be a part of this.
Well, thank you for being a part. And then is there anywhere we can find you?
Yeah,
Instagram,
so
Facebook.
Madison Stewart Leonard. And yeah, I'm excited to just officially launch it out and have people be able to watch it. I think I'm on October 14th, which I saw on the website, which I kind of have to check.
Awesome.
But yeah, so more from me later, I guess.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Madison. We look forward to watching your film.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Bye. Hi, Talita. How are you?
How are you? I'm good.
Well, it's finally nice to meet you.
It's Talita, by the way.
Oh, Talita. Thank you. Thank you for correcting me. So please tell us about Tempest Desert.
Tempest Desert. Well, it's about this artist that comes to LA to pursue her dreams. And it goes a little bit, different from what she expected. And then she ends up suffering from depression, disconnecting from her mom and not really, connecting with the people around here. And yeah, so like for me as an immigrant in LA, I wanted to talk about subjects that I encountered with and that I had struggled with. And even though it's not it's not based on a true event, that's not really my life. It's based on true feelings that I had. And I don't think it's exclusive to immigrants. I think,
yeah, I think it's pretty close.
General, yeah.
So in this film, you wear many hats. You're a writer, producer, director, actress. Yes. So tell us a little bit about that.
Yes, that was crazy. I also did a little bit of editing. I did the titles and then on the titles for my own name. I'm like, yes, it's like that's
everything.
When you're doing so many things, you ended up getting overwhelmed. Well, okay, so the process of doing this film for me, I've been an actress for over 10 years. I always wanted to do film, but I never thought I was prepared for it. And I'm a little bit of a perfectionist, so I was like, yeah, well, I have to be really ready for it. And then I had reading scripts. They were all in my shelf. And for future films, I'm like, well, I need to do something smaller. And, I need to do a short film first to prove that I can do this so I can, focus in future films. And then, again, never thought I was ready. I had an accident a few years ago. And I couldn't walk for over a month. I became a couch potato. And I was like, well, I'm just going to focus in, writing now so I can do my short film finally. And then I did my first script, showed to a friend of mine that is a producer. And then he was like, Talita, this is such a high budget. Like, no. This is like, no, you have to do something a little bit more simple. And then like, okay. And then I wrote another film that's Campus Desert. And I'm like, okay, here it is. And he's like, that's too high budget. And then I'm like, you know what? I've been doing this film because I'm tired of getting notes from, the industry, like, I'm going to control what I can, which is make, create.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to do it, even though I don't really know how to produce. And then I just took over it. And then it's been a life-changing experience. I ended up going to work in a post-production house for, a long time. So I could learn everything about post-production. And it's been a very, very huge learning experience and very gratifying.
That's so admirable. I mean, you could have just laid on your couch, taken a huge break, but instead you wrote a full-on script. Two.
Yeah.
So is there anywhere where we can find a screening to your film?
Yeah, well, not the screening yet, but the movie is going to be in La Femme on the 16th at 8 p.m.
Perfect. And where can we find you on social media?
Talita Maya. That's it. Talita Maia, which, by the way, I changed my last name to my dad's middle name because no one could say my real last name.
Yeah.
Which is Gonçalves with the C in the tail.
Uh-huh.
And then I realized that the Maya also no one knows how to say it because it's spelled differently.
That same way.
I'm like, wow, Talita, that was a great move. But yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being with us. I really appreciate your time, and we look forward to watching the film with you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. Bye.
Thank you. Hi, Laura.
Hello.
Welcome to La Femme. It's a pleasure having you. So please, I want you to talk about Breaking the Silence because I think it's such a wonderful film. Very heart-wrenching too. So please tell us about it.
Okay, well, my name is Laura Coronado. I'm the producer of the documentary film Breaking the Silence that is directed by Priscilla Padilla. Mm-hmm. And this is a story about two women, Luz and Claudia. They are part of the Embera Chamí indigenous community in Colombia. And what they have in common is that they have been practiced the female genital mutilation at birth. So they have, they live this condition in a different way. For example, Luz, she feels very sad about this, but Claudia, she tried to struggle and she tried to convince and to talk with the other indigenous woman of the community to try to change this practice, because we found out in the research that this practice have been made for many years. They think that maybe this practice came to Colombia when the Spanish came to this territory, and they just take this practice from the African people, from the African slaves, and this is not their part of their own practices, you know, just they adapt this practice.
Yeah, and, I had no idea this was still happening. It's so, first of all, how were you able to actually get into talk with these women, because it's such a patriarchal society? So how were they able to actually open up?
Well, it was very difficult because we had to first start to talk with the men. And, you know, here in Colombia, for example, all the indigenous community, they have their own law. So they are the one who said if we can do or we cannot do this documentary. So it was very hard at the beginning, but then we start to talk with all the women involved in the leadership of the community, and they help us to get into this community and to start to talk about this practice without fear, because it's very difficult to these women to talk about this because they feel fear to be rejected by their men, for example, or because the law now, when this research came out that they're still practicing this, the government said that they cannot, that they will punish them if they continue doing this. So they feel fear because of this, But we try to make a different work with them. We try, we help them with this, with different practices and different projects, and we start a talk about this without judgment. We try to be very, just try to hear them.
That's fantastic.
Yes, not to judge them,
Exactly. Now, Laura, where can we find your screening, or do you have any Q&As coming up?
Well, at this moment, we will be at La Femme.
Great. So make sure you get your tickets, everyone.
Yes, please. And we're still now in festivals, in different festivals around the world, and maybe next year we start theatrical events in different countries. We have to just wait. Yeah. But you can find Priscila Padilla, who is the director of the film, in Facebook. You just Google it or Priscila Padilla, and you can contact us because we are working on our website right now. So we do not have a website at this moment.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Laura, for joining us, and we can't wait to watch the film.
Okay, thank you, Marta,
we'll
for
see
the
you soon.
invitation. Okay,
thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi.
Hi there. How are
you? You guys are doing such an awesome job. I just want to tell you, and I have been so moved and impressed by all of the women I've heard so far. Thank you for doing this.
Absolutely amazing. And it's wonderful because we're able to still get together even though COVID is happening. But thank you so much for joining us, Susan. Suzanne, not Susan.
Thank you.
Suzanne, and please tell us about Electric Blue.
Electric Blue is based on a true story inspired by the sudden and unexpected death of my mother in 1986, with whom I was very, very close. She had a catastrophic brain aneurysm and was left on life support. I went to the hospital, as did my family, and it was clear that there was no hope of any kind of cognitive recovery, and she was all about her cognitive self in many ways. So we decided to pull the plug, so to speak, but I asked the doctor in the eye, may I please be there for that process? And he assured me that that would be fine. And when I came back from a quick outing with my family, she had died. And between the rage that I felt, the grief that I felt, I now know that my consciousness moved to a different part of my brain. And that night in the hotel, I saw her light. And having come from a very intellectual, academic, science-oriented background, that vision of her light changed the course of my life forever. So it's been a story long in the making, and I was inspired to begin the process of turning it into a screenplay in 2013 and was blessed to have Ron Osborne at the Film Connection in LA tutor me through that process. He did meet Joe Black, and I recently did a rewrite with another great writer, Carol A. Parker, and that's how it started, and here we go.
So do you think in some way maybe your mom was somehow talking to you to inspire you to make this film?
I would not say to inspire me to make a film. I would certainly say that She came to say goodbye. She came to show me that there is an aspect of ourselves that survives bodily death. And when I knew that, and I now know that, I've spent the rest of my life since then developing that, because clearly, sorry, I sort of want to be on the screen, developing that latent part of the self that I would now call the spirit and the soul. And if it's there during our lifetime and becomes apparent upon death, then what else can I do to develop that in life? And that's really what my life is about.
Absolutely. And Suzanne, where can we find you on social media?
Well, I'd like to make a shameless plug, if I may, for a couple of other projects.
Absolutely.
Excellent.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I've been working for about 3.5 years on a fabulous, magnificent documentary film called Evolution, The Genius Equation. And you can find that film, which is going to be released in late November, at wegeniusminds.com. And that is a film that's dedicated to exploring the nature of genius and the mind. And you can find me right now just on Facebook. And I also am working with Ron Noble, an Emmy Award-winning animator, on a short animated film based on my novel, The Life and Time of Schrodinger's Cat. And that's coming along beautifully, so you can look for that as well.
Well, it sounds like you're staying busy, so good for you, especially during these times.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Suzanne. Thank you for joining us.
Thank
and
you.
We look forward to keeping in touch with you and watching all your products.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello. Hi, guys. Sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties over here. How are you, Sarah? How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Just trying to figure out how to get this thing to work a little bit better. Can you tell us a little bit about your film? And we're so excited to have you here for La Femme Film Festival. We're so excited about screening your short as it comes up this next week. Tell us a little bit about your film and what we should be seeing.
Yeah, so Lingering is about the story between two sisters who have always kind of butted heads their whole lives. And the dynamic has kind of flipped. And so they kind of realize that they have more in common than they thought they did. And especially when their mom comes in and reveals something that kind of shakes everything up. So it's really a story about family and young women and all that stuff.
And where did you draw your influences from?
Yeah, so when I graduated from college, my mom had a health scare. And so that kind of rocked our family in a way and really forced us all to kind of get out of our own heads and support each other and come together. So that moment was definitely, and the feelings I was experiencing at that time definitely inspired this.
And as a filmmaker, are there things within your life that you look to draw from, family, etc., but with your relationships that are really present in this film, since it is about sisterhood and it sounds like it was drawn upon your own life, right?
Yes, it's very heavily influenced by my life and my experiences with my mom and my sister. But I think in terms of things that inspire me, just everyone in my life who like, especially the women in my life who are forces of nature and who, you know, have emotions and feelings, and we're all, you know, fully developed people. And I think that is something that has always kind of drawn me to tell those stories and bring things that wouldn't normally be at the forefront of the screen to the screen.
Is this your first film, Sarah?
It's my first film in a long time since film school. Yeah.
Where can people find more about your films, your filmmaking, and about this specific submission?
Yeah, so you can find Lingering on Instagram at Lingering Short Film, and then I'm on Instagram at SJSOMME.
Thank you so much for being here with us today, Sarah. Good luck next week. We can't wait to watch Lingering, and I will see you at the festival.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, La Femme.
That's right. Joining me right now is the team behind In the Moon's Shadow. Look, I've got everybody with us. Elisa Pissell, Alvin Case, and Deborah Cook. Guys, welcome.
Hi, how are you?
Doing fantastic. But let's talk about this. Let's jump into this. In the Moon's Shadow, very interesting. Who was the brains behind this project?
Well, Alvin Case, our director, initially had this project being produced by another company. I had talked to him about ideas for it. This is my third project with Alvin, about 6 months before we got the script from Alvin's brother. But eventually, the production lost the funding, and that's when Alyssa and I stepped forward and said, "We're going to take this over, and we're gonna make this happen."
Alvin, I can imagine you were kind of like, well, I don't know. What were you feeling in that moment?
It was always a woman's story, and I felt strongly that it should have that kind of leadership. Initially with Deborah, because I've worked with her before, and I had no doubt that we would get something together to really convey the story and these characters. That's pretty much where it started, and Deborah kind of put the fire under my butt to put it together technically.
Sometimes you need that fire lit under the butt, right? I mean, look, you guys are no stranger to the world of film. Fires are necessary to get stuff moving, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. That's right.
And we all have a lot of fire. Put Deborah and I together on something and you got a bonfire going.
Well, Alvin had gotten in touch with me on my birthday in May and said, happy birthday. And by the way, the production, we're not going to do it. The funding fell through. And I was like, so here we were in May, and the total eclipse of the sun is August 17th. So we had very little time. We had to have that fire to get us to pull this together in time to because of the hard deadline of the total eclipse.
Well, for those tuning in, they can get their tickets at the La Femme Film Festival. Our partners over at CL Live. What's that like being like in a film festival virtual? Is this your first time ever?
Virtually, yeah.
Yes.
I've been to a couple of festivals, and it's pretty cool to do it this way because you kind of in the comfort of your own home, and you get to experience it this way.
Yeah, everybody can see it from around the world. It's going to be great.
Yeah, I love that part. I don't have to go very far, right? And not look, all three of you, I want to say thank you. I know we're running up against time, but if you could give one little statement as to why somebody should go check this particular project, what is it? I'll start with you, Deborah.
I would say that because we took the gamble of shooting scenes in real time during a total eclipse of the sun, which is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and what we ended up with was something beautiful and powerful, and we'd like to share that.
Fantastic. You, Alvin?
I would say that it is really demonstrates what you can do with modern technology and some tenacity to make a feature film without having to go through too many hoops and not much money.
And Elisa?
I would say how a film right now is connecting two sisters to nature, and how right now getting back to nature and connecting through that. It's something like how we're going through now with COVID. Everybody is so much right now connecting to nature in that sense, and family.
Well, I want to say thank you to each and every one of you. I know there's going to be a Q&A as well, so let's watch it live and let's enjoy the rest of the show. Thank you very much for joining me here at the Femme Film Festival 2020.
Thanks.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Femme Film Festival. Lily, thank you so much for being with us today. My name's Adrusha. It's nice to meet you.
Hi, Adrusha. Thank you so much for hosting me today. How are you doing?
Of course. And you are presenting 86 and Melrose Avenue next week, and it is a feature about a hostage taken by an ex-Marine who's suffering PTSD. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, 86 Melrose Avenue.
Tell me, what inspired this kind of thriller nuance to your filmmaking? Are you a thriller fan? Is this the type of film you usually like to make, or is it based off of any of your past experiences?
Well, no, actually, I'm more into drama and comedy, but I think the component of it is due to what's happening in today's world, where we are becoming very desensitized, and also there's a rise of, people who are having a hard time accepting different people. We are having today, a rise of nationalism everywhere, all over the world, where anybody that stands out being different, whether by color, religion, political viewpoint, is somebody we're scared of or somebody we do not take in. So there is this rise of nationalism. On top of that, there is also the fact that we're becoming a very disconnected society. The more high-tech we become, in a lot of ways, we're becoming more backward in our way of communicating with one another. And the component, of course, of gun violence, which is very prevalent today, not only in the world, but mainly in the United States. So I wanted to bring a group of people who are from different cultural, social background, and show how we are very disconnected, how we all perceive one another in different ways, and that how our past shape how we deal with today's experiences or with any given situation today. And to show a very fragile society that is really fragmented.
And tackling the issue of PTSD, did that have Is that something that you feel, along with these other issues right now, is a relevant topic that you wanted to bring to light, or was it a personal experience?
A little bit of both. I grew up during the war in Lebanon. That lasted over 17 years, so it was very prolonged PTSD, so to speak, for 17 years. And I also, for me, PTSD is not only war. It can be, you know, a hostage situation, it can be a car accident, it can be a very bad breakup, it can be any kind of violence. And it's something that stays with you and that defines, in a lot of ways, the way you react to any given situation of high intensity. And, you know, one of the items I wanted to tackle also is our veterans are a victim of a system that has used them and disposed of them. Meaning they have served overseas, they come here with wounds that are not visible to the eye because it's internal wounds. And yet, nobody really addresses those issues. Post-traumatic stress disorder is huge. And most of the cases with gun violence have shown that PTSD has played a huge role into it.
Absolutely. Well, we really appreciate you for tackling such a subject that is so relevant to so many out there. Is there a place where people can find other films that you've worked on? Is this your first submission?
No, actually, that's my second feature film. I did a first feature called Life Gets in the Way, which was a dramedy. And this is, we have been blessed. This is our 9th festival nomination for 86 Melrose Avenue.
Congratulations! That's amazing.
And we're very happy to have been nominated and included at La Femme Film Festival. That's amazing for us, and we can't wait to be part of the festival.
This is definitely one that we will all want to check out. We appreciate your time today, Lily. Is there a website or is there social where people can find you besides checking in next week and watching you at La Femme?
We are on Instagram, 86 Melrose Avenue the film. On Instagram, we are on Facebook as well, 86 Melrose Avenue. And we'll definitely be present with the cast virtually next week with you at the Femme Film Festival.
So check Lily out on social, everyone, and check the links below to make sure you get your tickets for the Femme Film Festival next week so you can watch 86 Melrose. Lily, thank you so much for being with us today. We appreciate your time, and we can't wait to see your film next week.
Likewise. Thank you so much, Adusha, for hosting me today. And we're very excited, the cast, the crew, and myself, to be part of this amazing film festival. Thank you so much, and have a lovely day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Hello.
Hi, how are you? Alexandra.
Hi, Adrushya. Did I pronounce that correctly?
I like the way you say my name better than the way that I say my name. You say it from here out.
Okay, good. I'll do it. I'll roll it off my tongue.
Tell us, you have a documentary feature next week that is going to be showing at La Femme. It is called The Lore of the Land. Tell us a little bit about The Lore of the Land and what we should be expecting to see next week.
The Lure of This Land. It's a feature-length documentary, which is shot in Belize. It's the story of wanderers and explorers, why people leave, what they're looking for, and what they find, which was really the impetus for making this story. I'm always interested in voyagers, wanderers, travelers, and people who have the drive to reinvent themselves. I've always found that fascinating. I come from a bit of that myself. So yeah, that's really the essence of the story. It's also a kind of a journey into alternative ways of choosing to live, which, you know, I think is one of the things, you know, if you're a parent or just a person who loves to wander, that you you know, you want to teach your children they don't necessarily have to go the sort of traditional route, and that there are so many alternatives to the way we wander through life.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
What inspired your own personal journey that obviously influenced this documentary?
Well, as I said, I come from a long line of journeyers, more of a matriarchy, actually. You know, it's the people that really inspired me. I was in Belize for the first time with my family. The second time I went down, I was looking for an opportunity to do a teaching workshop, teaching a short story writing workshop, and I wanted to do it somewhere where I might be able to make a difference, you know, not at the local library. I was in the midst of getting my master's in writing, and I needed to do this teaching practicum. So I chose to do it in Belize. And while I was there, I'm really by training and experience more of a filmmaker. I kept finding these people that I just found fascinating. And I kept kind of cataloging their stories and thinking how great it would be to go back there and get them on film. And then, you know, by hook and crook, meaning, you know, my cousin said, I'll do the video and the sound. And I have experience as a filmmaker, more in feature films, actually. I lived in Los Angeles for many years and worked in a variety of capacities. But when she got on board, it was just, for me, the green light. You know, I knew I could make it for a minimal budget. I set it up for 10 days. I went down, pre-organized I went down for just a scout to get my interviews lined up. And then over 10 days, we shot the film. And when I came back, honestly, I wasn't sure I had a film, which often happens. You have this idea, you go, you think you're going to get, you know, this sort of solidified vision, which of course, when you're making a documentary, will always morph into something else. And so that's what happened. Yeah.
Coming from the film world in terms of full-length features, and doing your first documentary, were there elements that you felt from a storytelling perspective bridged over into you taking and tackling a documentary?
That's a good question. That's a good question. Absolutely. You know, all of us filmmakers are storytellers. But this particular story, I had written my thesis for my master's program, and there were elements of a woman's journey into the unknown, the sort of external, internal voyage, kind of along the lines of the novel Wild. I don't know if you've read that by Charles Strayed. Yeah. And sorry, I keep disappearing off camera.
Okay.
Space Center, Sand Focus. That I decided to integrate in, and it really was the internal voice of the narrator. What is the journey that the narrator takes while, you know, going into the unknown? And you can see vignettes of that. I doubt you've gotten to see all the films, but more power to you if you have. There are little vignettes throughout the story where you hear the voice of the Voyager, the internal voice of the Voyager, along with the on-camera interviews with my subjects. You hear this voice kind of eke in, and I really wanted to integrate that. I even thought about doing a really fictionalized parallel journey with an actress, but I ended up, you know, for budgetary reasons and time, sticking to what you end up seeing in the film, which is this narrator's voice interwoven throughout.
Well, it sounds like a beautiful voyage of self-discovery. We're looking forward to seeing it next week at La Femme Film Festival. You guys want tickets, you can get them below. Alexandra, tell us where we can find more about your work, where we can find you on social, etc.
You can find me on lexproductions.net. Also, you can find me at LexProd on Instagram, at The Lure of This Land on Instagram. Also on Facebook, Lex Productions, at The Lure of This Land. But Lex Productions, my website, lexproductions.net, don't forget the net part, is the main hub for, information about screenings and things. In fact, I need to update it because we have quite a few festivals coming. Online festivals.
Let's next to find more about Alexandra. Please get your tickets below so that you can watch her beautiful film, The Lure of This Land, next week at the Femme Film Festival. Alexandra, thank you so much for being with us today. It was a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you, Adrushya.
Better every time.
Bye.
Hi, how are you? Emily.
How are you?
Emily Evan Ray.
We meet you.
It's very nice to meet you too. We are at the La Femme Film Festival preview. We are talking to our filmmakers. This is Emily Evan Ray, and your film is called Stop the Bleed. Can you tell us a little bit about your film, which we will be screening this coming week?
Yeah, of course. So Stop the Bleed is a feature-length documentary. And it's actually my debut movie. I've never made a documentary.
Congratulations.
But this is a truly heartfelt story about the tragic mass shooting that happened at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School on Valentine's Day in Parkland, Florida. And it's a different take because we've heard a lot about Parkland. It's a very polarizing, it's a very big thing that happened. And there's a lot of emotions that were left after everything dissipated. And so my documentary really talks about the lives that were lost, the children and the faculty who were unfortunately killed in the building, and the aftermath, the emotional turmoil that is taken after all the cameras are away and after everything's gone. Like, what is left in a community, the families, the friends, the people who were affected very first and foremost, who lost people that they loved, and what that means and what it looks like to really go through that kind of traumatizing event and the damage that causes. So
what inspired you to tell this specific story?
Well, I am just 21. I started this project when I was 18 years old, and I had just graduated high school. I realized that these kids and faculty who experienced this, they were right around my age. They were my peers, my sister was still in high school. So it was very personal to me. I realized it could have easily have been my school, and also I have a personal connection to it because I'm actually from there. I'm from Parkland, Coral Springs. My family is all from there. My mom was a teacher there. My dad's a police officer. My grandparents lived there. I grew up there until moving to California, but that's where I'm from. And I remember watching it on the news that day. And I remember my grandma texting me. She's like, go look at what happened to Marjory Stoneman Douglas. And I turn on the news immediately, and I'm seeing these drone shots and these helicopters and just kids and families and just complete and total chaos, as you can imagine. And I'm sitting there and I know where that is. I drive by there every time I'm in Florida. I was there constantly. Yeah. And so it was very personal to me to know that this is a community that I was a part of, and these are people who are in the same age as me, in the same, community, same generationally. And it was really hard for me to grapple with that. So I felt so drawn to these families and to these kids and to these faculty members' families who lost their lives. And I felt like I needed to share their stories and honor them in a way that was right, and a way that their families wanted to talk about them. Because truthfully, these people, these kids, these faculty members who lost their lives are more than victims of a mass shooting. They had so much life to live and so much to give. And it was important to see that.
Being your first documentary, as you got into the filmmaking process, I'm sure this was cathartic in some way, having been so close to it. Were there things more specifically about becoming a filmmaker that you found challenging with your first feature?
Oh, absolutely. It's almost funny because I grew up an actor and I have been acting my whole life. So I grew up on set. I knew that part of it. Like I was on the other side of the screen, and I did get to watch these filmmakers and these TV producers and directors do their job and do it very well. And I was almost inspired by that. But getting to my own set and doing my own documentary, I learned completely on the way. Like I remember first day I showed up there because this was such a passion project. It was like, I have to do this, but whether or not I know all the steps, I'll learn it on the way. And I did. I remember day one, I was just like, how do I work this ginormous camera that I had never known? And Jodie Foster, a brilliant actress director, once said, everything you need to know is inside of you. So I took that advice with me, and I realized that, I'll be able to learn this through this experience, through the people that I'm interviewing. And, as a director, I have to learn to make choices, and I have to learn how to communicate with people and how to direct, people who are not necessarily comfortable with this. And I need to be able to make everyone feel as comfortable as possible. And I feel like they taught me along the way, and I taught them, and it was really an eye-opening experience. And I'm so grateful that this was what my first project was. I would never have it any other way.
As a filmmaker and an artist, what do you hope that people take away from your story when they see it this week? What is the thing, the resonance, the first-time filmmaker that you hope that people leave your films with?
Well, I want people to understand that these kids and these faculty members that lost their lives are more than just victims. They were people, they are people, and they had brilliant lives. And you need to understand that we need to start communicating with each other. We need to look out for one another. And you see through this documentary, like this community of Parkland, they are such a unique group of people because they are people from different races, religions, genders, like everything you can imagine, just in this one melting pot here in Parkland. And you picture Parkland as, this idyllic town, like everyone came there to move there to raise their families there. And that's really what Parkland is. And I want people to see that, even though there's all these differences among people, through this tragedy, they were able to come together and they were able to communicate with one another and really be there for each other and lean on each other. And it's a beautiful thing to see that comes out of something so horrific.
Emily, can you tell us really quick where we can find more information both about this film and about you? And of course, everyone, please buy your tickets to the Femme Film Festival. Emily's film, Stop the Bleed, will be showing there this coming week, the 15th through the 18th. Emily, where can we find you?
Personally, you can find me on Instagram at Emily Evan Ray, just my name. And then for Stop the Bleed, you can find us on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. On Instagram, it's Stop the Bleed _. And on that Instagram page, it takes you to all the other socials.
Thank you, Emily. I appreciate your time. So much. We look forward to seeing your film. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, dear.
Cynthia, hi, how are you? My name is Bruce. Thank you for joining us today for the Femme Film Festival. We're so excited. You have a script that you've written called Happy Hour, right? About a young boy. And
sorry. It's Happy Hour is a film that's about a young and ambitious woman in the liquor industry. And
apologies.
No worries.
Apologies. Tell us about your film.
Yeah, so the film basically was inspired by a 5-year tenure that I had in the wine industry and spirits industry. It's a very unique kind of dark
world. Yep.
Yeah, it's a very interesting underbelly of a world. And sometimes, there's a lot of business practices that are encouraged that are not necessarily legal. And it's also an extremely male-dominated industry as well. So the film Happy Hour is about a young woman named Kate Montgomery, and it's how she navigates her way through this very corrupt, challenging world of this industry and how she does what she has to do to get ahead. But it also chronicles the difficulties that she faces, like sexism, sexual harassment, and how she handles that in the industry.
what a poignant topic to be taking on, especially with that setting of the film, the wine and beer industry,
Yeah.
what goes on within it. Is this a film? Is this your first feature film?
Yeah, this is the first feature film that I've written. And it was just kind of inspired by everything that I had seen working in the business.
As you're creating your tonality as a filmmaker, as a first-time filmmaker, what is it that you hope people take away from your films?
Well, yeah, with all of the scripts that I write, what I'm hoping is I'm generally trying to create more roles, more opportunities for women and actors of color specifically, and also to talk about stories of people on the margins. With this film specifically, I wanted to shed light on an industry that nobody knows anything about. I think it's really important that people are aware of these open secrets that are happening in the liquor industry, and start paying attention, because sexual harassment it's a very insidious and damaging thing for women, for also their families, and I think it's really important that we start a conversation about it in the workplace.
Well, congratulations on finding a smart, fresh way to bring up a subject that really is important to all of us. I look forward to seeing your unique perspective and watching Happy Hour next week. If you guys want tickets to the Femme Film Festival, you can get them below. Tell us, Cynthia, where can we find more about you as a filmmaker, you and your filmmaking and Happy Hour?
Yeah, you can find more about me at C. Merston on Instagram. That's my profile handle, and keep you posted for more updates from there.
Okay, could you spell that for people?
CMERSTEN.
Okay, C. Merston, guys. Find more about Cynthia. Please tune in to see Happy Hour next week, and the links are below how you can get your tickets to the Femme Film Festival. Cynthia, thank you for being with us today.
So much. I appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
That's right. I'm Aaron Michael Sanchez, and it's that time for La Femme Film Festival 2020. We've got interviews back to back from the amazing filmmakers that you can watch this week. You can go get the tickets. The link is in the description. Joining us right now, all the way from around the world, somewhere around the world on this beautiful planet, is all the way from the film Withdrawals, Georgia Hudson. Good morning. Welcome to the show, Georgia.
Hi. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no, thank you for joining us. Look, Withdrawals, I've got a question on this particular project. What made you want to do it?
So it's pretty autobiographical, actually. Coming from the comedy scene in New York, I had a lot of friends who were on antidepressants for various reasons. And over, the course of the years, I learned that actually several of my friends had quit Lexapro, had completely different withdrawal effects. And that was so fascinating to me, since we were all the same age and just so similar, yet our bodies reacted so differently to the same drug. So I thought that would be a really interesting kind of thing to explore, since you really don't see that talked about much.
I am glad you're tackling this subject because, I have family members that had withdrawals from different types of drugs. But what's different with this particular one that people don't know about?
It's even hard to say because it's just not really researched that much. It's not written about that much, and it affects everyone so differently. So going on these drugs, going off of them, and there's so many different kinds, it's really impossible to say what will happen. So that's why in the film we kind of see 4 different things that could happen out of many.
Well, and there's, if anybody's gone through any type of withdrawal, it is not a walk in the park. Can I ask how long the withdrawals usually last?
Again, there's just no specific answer. I can tell you personally, I was put on antidepressants a few years ago. I was on the lowest dose for a very short amount of time. So when I quit it cold turkey, which we're not supposed to do,
no,
I felt
you're supposed to wean off. That's the message.
Exactly.
To people, wean off. Look, pharmaceutical drugs, people think that, I don't care what people think about it. If they help you, that's great, but you cannot. And I know this from my personal experience of my stepfather, who suffered from a lot of pain, Vicodin, very highly addictive. And I can tell you right now, he would not have been wanting to be on camera. So what was that like, getting that to be on camera?
So luckily we had amazing improvisers, comedians as our actors, all who also were very vocal on set about their experiences with mental health. And it was definitely a challenge to write that line between taking the subject very seriously and peppering in some comedy here and there. But I believe that, comedy is one of the most successful ways to tackle difficult subjects. So that's why that tone kind of made sense to me.
Well, Georgia, I know people can watch and tune in. For those that are kind of on the fence, and what I mean by that is sometimes people, they're aware of the situation, but what do people, I don't know if you've screened this anywhere yet. So if you've had any feedback or family or friends.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've had a couple of festivals that we've screened at this year. All virtual, of course, but the reactions have been just so, I guess people found it very relatable. So if you've ever experienced any kind of mental health issues, anxiety, depression, just bad days, anything, there's kind of something in there, which is hopefully somewhat lighthearted and not too triggering.
Well, and I love it because, I always say I don't judge. I've seen it all, okay? I personally have never gone through a drug withdrawal, but I know I've seen, back to my stepfather, I've seen what it can do to him, and more power to those that try to rid of themselves, not just of a pharmaceutical drug, but any substance, right? Is there any message there?
The message is really that it's different for everyone, so don't just do what other people are telling you to do. Listen to your doctors, listen to your own, what your gut says, because they do help some people, they don't help other people. And, in the film, it is 4 friends who just stupidly do this together. But the point is kind of everyone has to make their own mental health decisions and what suits them. And
I'm assuming everybody's good after having gotten through this, right? Not like
it has a happy enough ending, yeah.
Okay. That's all I'm worried about. Okay. Withdrawals, you can check it out. La Femme Film Festival this week. Go get your tickets right now. You might as well get the all-inclusive package, but if you just want to watch Withdrawals, you can do that as well. Georgia, thank you for spending time with us here on
thank you for having
the
me.
La Femme Film Festival 2020. All right, we'll be right back right after this with more. All right, it's that time for the Project Red. We got Phoebe Dunn with us. Phoebe, I got a question. Why just red, not any other color?
Well, I think if you end up watching the film, you'll hear that the word red has a significant meaning to the two characters that will be using it. I actually also have my director, Katya. I don't know if she can be brought in to this as well.
Of course. There she is. Katya, hello.
Hi. How's it going?
Doing fantastic. So obviously, look, you two working together on this. It takes a village to make a particular film. What was the end result? Are you happy with it?
I'm thrilled.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little brainchild of mine, and bringing Katya on was such a gift. She's incredible and really brought it to life visually as well as enhancing the storytelling. So I'm absolutely thrilled. Yeah.
And Katya, what's that like hearing that? I mean, it sounds like you're getting the acclaim here.
I know, that's really so kind of her. I mean, Phoebe came to me with a great idea and a really powerful message that I was excited to stand behind, namely one of female empowerment when it comes to sexuality and eliminating taboo from different forms of sexual interest or desire. And, I think that's a conversation that we really should be having. And so I was very excited to be a part of it and really grateful that she brought me on.
Look, Red obviously can be seen this week, La Femme Film Festival. For those that don't know, I mean, if they're like, let's face it, we're all during coronavirus, right? Where are you guys tuning in from, just out of curiosity?
New York City.
I'm in Westchester, New York.
Okay, awesome. Okay, this is where East meets West. I know you guys are getting a big, situation happening there, but for those that need a little bit more we time, and what I mean by that is not feeling like they're isolated from everybody else, why should they especially check out your film with like everybody else? And I don't know if you guys are doing a Q&A panel.
Yes, we are. Our Q&A is at 5 p.m. Eastern time on Saturday the 17th. I'm not sure what that is in PST, but I'm sure I could figure that out. So I would love to have people at the Q&A. This is our first. Sorry, what was that?
2 o'clock Pacific
2
time.
o'clock. Perfect. Thank you. Couldn't do the math in my head. This is our premiere festival, so we're really excited to hear feedback and what people think. We're hoping that it's a good experience that will foster connection and communication between not only your partner, but also individuals that you might approach on a first date in the future when we can all have first dates again.
Without the face mask, right? That makes kissing a little
Exactly.
difficult. Or sometimes it's kind of nice. You just see the up and you're like,
so.
I mean, don't do too much flirting, okay?
Yeah.
Doesn't work.
Exactly.
Katya, look, I understand you're going to probably work with Phoebe again in the future, or am I wrong on that?
Oh, absolutely. Phoebe and I have actually worked together in the past previously. She's a phenomenal actress, and she's actually helping me produce another project upcoming, shooting at the end of October.
Nice.
So she is a jack of all trades. She can literally do it all. I trust her with anything.
Look, Phoebe, whenever it's a brainchild, I understand sometimes it's hard to let go of those brainchilds. When it comes to distribution, are you open to any distribution or you have, because look, with movie theaters being what they are now, online is kind of where it's at least temporarily.
I mean, we're open to anything. It is a short, so who knows where it might end up. But I think I'm just want to kind of get it out there and see what happens. And I think it's showing something that I had never seen on screen. So I was excited to share that and see how people receive it.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm going to sit on one of the panels at the La Femme Film Festival virtually because I can do that now. Past years I couldn't because I was so busy interviewing. But now that we have the ability, it's La Femme Film Festival via Sea Live. We've got the link right there. Thank you so much, both of you, for spending time with us. And congratulations on this great project. Red, it's the only color that really exists in people's life for passion, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you so much.
More from the La Femme Film Festival 2020 coming up next. All right, joining us right now is Janine Bernstein, and Janine's got a project. I'm telling you, you got to check it out. Finding Miss Katie. Did you find Miss Katie is the better question.
I did find Miss Katie. I found my own Miss Katie. Actually, this is kind of based on a teacher I had growing up in high school, and I was going through a struggling time, and she was my creative writing teacher.
That's amazing. First of all, I got to ask, the moment you said, look, I'm going to put this project together and I'm going to do so so that everybody can see it, was there any reluctance at first to doing this type of project?
Not at all. I wrote this, I would say, in April. I had this idea for a long time, but here, hunkered down at home, I thought, this is the time to get it done, Erin. This is the time to be creative. And it was a fantastic diversion for me.
You know, I've heard that a lot lately. I've heard people need a diversion from reality because reality is sometimes a little weird. Sometimes it's like a script of its own. I kid you not. I sometimes think I'm in a virtual reality world. But at the same time, look, we need more good content. And I've been saying this because the movie theaters are like drying up. The films, big budget, are kind of like, we don't want to release this. And I'm like, why? We all need some really good fun. Talk to me about this particular project. What will somebody walk away from seeing it here at La Femme?
Well, the idea, it's very heartfelt, and I write things that I want to see. So the idea was this troubled teen who makes a connection with a writing teacher, an older writing teacher, and the struggle the teacher has to get through to her. And when she does, it's amazing. She pulls the girl out of her shell through writing. But then the older woman, I don't want to give too much away, ends up leaving the school because she has health issues. And it's the connection, the reconnection between the student and the teacher, and how they help one another through the power of music.
Got it. Well, you know what? Music is a very powerful, what I call even a healing art, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is. It sure is. Yes.
So obviously people have questions, you know, and the obvious question is this. This obviously isn't your last project. You got another one in your head ready to go, I'm assuming. Can you talk about that?
Oh, yes. I wrote a really funny story about a woman that gets trapped in her garage. And in the quarantine, she gets locked in her garage. And her garage makes her crazy. I don't know about you, Erin, but my garage is an embarrassment of clutter.
Yeah, well, that's when you keep the lights off, right? And then that's a whole other story.
Right, but she gets locked in and she discovers so much about herself, about her interpersonal relationships, being all alone.
Well, and you know what? I'm glad you're doing it like that because unfortunately there's a lot of stories happening behind the scenes. And I don't know about you. I've had several friends be very open and honest because I've made a call to them. I was going through my own stuff in the last few months. And I just thought, man, coronavirus needs to go away and La Femme needs to come in to stay.
You bet. Yes. I want to give a shout out to Leslie Lepage, Deb Gilels, all the amazing crew behind this because I'm a huge fan of this festival. I was in it in 2018 with a skateboarding pilot or skateboarding film, actually. Yeah, called Birdie. Yeah.
So I have a feeling we met already, right?
We have met. Yes.
Yeah, I thought so. I apologize. It's
you interviewed so many people.
150 plus films. Who could keep up? Okay, so each and every year too, by the way, I want to say thank you for spending your time with us. Thank you for those that are on the fence of going to get the ticket, even the all access pass, being able to be in all the panels. Do you have any advice?
You will be inspired, and we need creativity right now. We need inspiration. It'll make everybody feel good to come to this.
Yeah, I agree.
Definitely.
Janine Bernstein, everybody, go check out her project. It is not the last. It is Finding Miss Katie. I guarantee Miss Katie is going to be happy she got found. Thank you.
She will. Thank you.
All right, joining us right now is H.S. Fishbrook. And look, you've got a screenplay, Pericles. Did I get that name right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, Pericles, I don't know much about Pericles, except I feel you do.
Yes. Pericles is a drama. So this is an adaptation of a Shakespearean play. And it's now been transformed into a feature film screenplay. So this is a piece of IP that I have felt very close to for several years. Starting with when I was still a student, I had the amazing opportunity to go overseas and immerse myself in this particular text when I was studying at the Globe Theatre in London. So if you haven't been, I hope you get to go. It's amazing.
Never been. Want to go. Okay, so I guess that's going to be one of my first 5 things I got to put on the list. Look, you obviously no stranger to the world of film. What's it like being in a film festival with a lot of other genius minds?
Oh, it's wonderful. I think it's fabulous when all these different people come together and have, a shared love of art. Something that I am really passionate about with this particular story is that it embraces diversity. It embraces lots of different voices, because this is a tale that has characters from 5 different nations, 5 different kingdoms. So it's a great opportunity to bring in cast members who have a fresh face, fresh voice. You get a wide variety of backgrounds, a wide variety of ethnicities that we haven't necessarily seen before in the canon that is Shakespeare on film. A lot of people are familiar with Hamlet, with Macbeth, Romeo and Juliet. So it's nice to see Shakespeare being told in a way that feels a little bit more authentic and realistic to the world that is tuning in. So as far as also joining in with a film festival that embraces that diversity as well is very exciting.
Well, a lot of people are completely unaware of what it takes to make a project of this magnitude. Is there moments when you're like, I got to take that out, I got to take that out due to budget constraints?
Well, people always say write what you know, but I like to say write what you love. Because, if you are able to tell a story that's just really powerful and really profound and has a deep meaning at the heart of it, people are going to respond to that. And so the question of budget or what's too big, what's too small tends to sort of go out the window if people say, I have to tell this story, right?
Right. And a lot of stories don't get made because sometimes, they're kept a little bit too small, right? And they need to be kind of, for somebody to invest in film, they have to almost feel drawn. What's the thing that, if you had to pitch this for the very first time, would be your pitch to that said investor?
As far as for this particular story, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So I really love that this particular story asks the question of, am I alone in the world? And I think that's so timely with so many people sheltering in place at the moment. But the moments when we seem to feel so isolated and lonely, how is it that we find that sense of connectivity that we long for? So the answer that Pericles finds feels very authentic and very real to me as well from my own personal experience. But we are never, in fact, alone. There is something in the universe. There is something bigger than ourselves. And when we are open to that, take a moment to pause and think about that, be open to it, that's when we can see the opportunities to connect with the people and the things that are already present, already there. And to me, that's something that feels very important, but also has no expiration date, right? This is something that's always going to matter to audiences.
I love it. You already got me. If I had the purse strings, I would actually pony up. Okay, look, thank you so very much for spending time with us. La Femme Film Festival 2020. We got more coming up soon, right after this. All right, joining us right now is Annalisa Voza. Did I get that right or wrong? I'm sorry.
Perfectly right.
Even better. Okay, all right. I appreciate you for saying that. I know I got it wrong. One day is something that we all need to go check out. Not just someday, but one day.
One day. Yes, it's very important.
Tell me about this film.
Okay, One Day is the story of a young rapper coming from a troubled neighborhood in Bogota, Colombia. He dreams of participating in a music contest abroad to start a new life, but he has to come to terms with a reality. So he has to confront himself with his dysfunctional family, his tough background, and in the end, with the presence in his life of his little sister, for whom he's the only one she can rely on.
Well, look, that in and of itself sounds like a big project to undertake. Was there anything you learned from this? Once you walked away, you're like,
Yes, I learned many things. Well, first of all, I'm a foreigner in Colombia. I'm Italian, as you can guess from my accent.
Yes.
Yeah. So as a foreigner, I had another perspective on the context that I tried to show, and I learned a lot from non-professional actors because it was the first time I worked with non-professional actors, and they were amazing. I learned from people because I did a film workshop with kids in the neighborhood where we shot the film. So I learned a lot from them and their enthusiasm and eagerness to learn, you know, to be in the world with their talents.
Well, Annalisa, you know, I'm glad you mentioned something which has kind of been a running theme, and maybe it's just in my head. Diversity has been the largest subject. Obviously, if it feels almost that we're at a point in this, not just this country, but also around the world, where we need to be and remember that we're all part of something really big and grand design. Does that make sense? And in this project, I'm sure that was one of the first things that you thought of having, or is it just kind of natural for you to kind of get outside your own bubble?
Well, it's natural for me because I consider myself to be a traveler, but like a mental traveler. I'm very curious, so I love to push myself and to know things that are not familiar to me necessarily. In this project, music is very important. Hip hop as a means to connect people and to raise social awareness, because hip hop is also a way to live life, and for many people it's a way to express their voice on social issues, on personal issues, and any issue related to minorities and marginalization. So for me, it was a part of showing the importance of being different and of connecting to others.
I love it. Connecting to others is what we do best here at the Femme Film Festival. We do so virtually. If you want to go get your tickets, what day is your particular project on?
Well, this is the question that
one of the many days. Got it. Thursday through Sunday. Got it. Just go get the tickets. Yeah, we got the link. So just click on the link. You'll be able to be one of many. I understand you're going to tune in as well, right? Because there's like a lot of really cool panel discussions.
Yeah, of course. And I want to participate in as many things as possible because it's a wonderful festival. And I want to share this with other women filmmakers. It's very hard for us women to be in this industry. I mean, things are changing, are getting better, but still, we have to connect with women. We have to connect and share this love for cinema.
I love it. Couldn't have said it better myself. We have to take another break. Thank you, Annalisa Voza, joining us one day. You got to check it out someday. You might as well check it out at the La Femme Film Festival 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron.
Joining us right now is Kimberly Harris. Her project entitled I Heard Sarah. Personally, I think this is something I'm going to let you talk about because I did not hear her yet. But I haven't watched the film.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that is pretty abstract, the way that the character hears Sarah. So you're probably not alone on that.
But there's a lot of people that I think want to hear Sarah. Talk up to us about this project. What made you want to go ahead and put all of your time and investment into it?
Sure. I was teaching at the Lee Strasberg Film and Theater Institute. I teach acting workshops there sometimes. And an actor that took several of my classes had this story burning inside of him, and he asked me if I'd help him just develop the story because he hadn't written a script before. And as we were going, it turned out to be a very personal story, very emotional story, not totally autobiographical, but certainly felt very personal as he lifted it into his imagination. And we ended up creating a script, and then I just really wanted to try to film it and challenge myself to make something that's so kind of avant-garde on the page.
Sometimes people enjoy a challenge. Other people hate a challenge. I can imagine you surrounded yourself with everybody that loved the challenge.
Well, yeah, it was very artistic. I needed very artistic people because it's, this character is a young musician and he ends up on Sunset Boulevard and with all of the perks of fame. So we had to have a lot of very beautiful locations. We had to have incredible production design and really showing what he was able to afford. The film starts out with him busting out of rehab. So there's that duality too, that what is fame and how does a young person handle it?
Well, it's interesting you say that. We see a lot of what is supposed fame, and then we see a lot of, well, we only see the news headlines of where did they go, and then we see the end result. Obviously, I'm sure this hits home with a lot of people that are both celebrity and not celebrity in some way, shape, or form. Is that true?
I definitely think so. I mean, it's really more of a film about how we treat people, and if we get ahead of ourselves in our ambition, and certainly if you get in addiction, which many people do as a solution, what are the repercussions of that, and how and if and how can we come back from that?
Yeah, I think during coronavirusville, as I like to put it, people are turning more to the bottle. They're turning more to sometimes drugs to make them less anxiety, if you know what I mean. But, you know, without preaching and teaching, obviously this film is so much more than that. Can you speak on, you know, when you've obviously had screenings of your own before La Femme Film Festival as of this week. And I know you're going to see a lot of comments, a lot of praise, a lot of people tuning in via the live stream app, See On Live, if you get where I'm going with this. But what's been kind of the overall viewpoint of your film?
Well, we had our first, premiere here at the Awareness Festival last night, and they give 25% of their proceeds to Heal One World, which is, it was a lot of panels there about real life problems, and we partnered with a group that is musicians in recovery. So for sure, there's some, there are some real life issues that are touching people as they watch it. Mostly people think it's a really creative experience. I mean, there's a lot of great music in it as well. And people feel like they're moved by it. That's been the overall lovely response we've had so far, is that they feel like they're moved by it and interested in the characters.
Well, I can tell you right now, Kimberly, I am going to sign up for this right here, right now. I'm getting the all access pass. I think it's only like $50. I can watch everybody's film and everybody's panel. Kimberly, before we let you go, what's next for you?
I actually have 2 features on the docket. I have a film I'm making in Italy as soon as we can get over there, and another film that I wrote that's we're developing. One's in casting and one's in development. So, and then the La Film Festival. It's just so exciting to be able to be with all these female filmmakers. I can't wait to see all these sisters work, and that'll be really fun.
Well, I'm looking forward to it as well. We got more right after this. Go check it out. Kimberly Harris' particular project right there. It is one that you're not going to want to miss. Again, the La Femme Film Festival. Go get your tickets right now. Thank you, Kimberly.
Thank you, Aaron.
Hello, Veronica.
Hi, how's it going?
Good, how are you? Thank you so much for joining us here at La Femme Film Festival this year.
My pleasure.
Doing everything virtual. I am seeing here that you did 20 Minutes to Life. It's a short comedy. Anything you want to tell us about this comedy?
Sure, yeah. So it's a short comedy about a girl going to her very first detention, elementary school age. And she imagines it as a prison with guards and a warden and a classroom full of these tattooed, leather-clad bad kids.
Oh my God, that sounds so funny. I'm sorry, there was a lot of what?
It was a lot of fun.
Was this inspired by your elementary first detention experience?
Yeah, so I was definitely, when I was in primary school, especially like the good kid, like never been in trouble. And I accidentally spilled grape juice on someone. She told my teacher I did it on purpose, and I was just too devastated to say anything. So yeah, I thought my life was going to be over, which obviously it wasn't. Detention when you're is not anything. Yeah, so just remembering that sort of the fear and hyper exaggerated imagination. So just took that and moved it into a short film, and including the grape juice as a grape juice shootout in the short.
How fun. Oh my God. Are you a comedian or what? Like,
I wouldn't call myself a comedian per se, but I definitely enjoy comedy. And I think especially with the way the world is right now, I've definitely been drawn to a lot of comedy. So definitely excited working in that space.
Because, comedy is something that happens that's unfortunately plus time. So drawing your experience from a true life event.
Exactly.
That's the basis of comedy. So yes, girl, you are a comedian.
Well, thank you for saying
that. Okay, so for everybody that's joining us live, you can watch this short film. It's streaming live through any of the times of the Film Festival. But are you going to be hosting a screening party?
Yeah. So this coming Friday at 5 p.m. Pacific, I'll be hosting a screening party, Q&A. So any questions you want to ask directly, I'll be there.
Nice. So how do people get to attend to this screening party? Or
I believe it's through SIA Live, I think is how I'll be posting on the 20 Minutes to Life, Instagram, Facebook, the links to that, this week.
Awesome. So it's a 20 Minutes to Life page on Instagram and Facebook?
Yeah.
And they can follow all this information. So tell us, okay, we know that this is based on a story from your true life. What else? Is there any discoveries that you made throughout the process of whether writing it or shooting it that you would like to share?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think, just really exploring just how open and wonderful children's imagination is. Because I feel like as we get older, we're more like, okay, this is reality, this is real world.
Right.
And being able to be really playful and have a lot of fun in this world where, she gets sent to the principal's office, but it's this FBI interrogation room, and just taking everything that happens and just really blowing it up. There's like her classmates turn into paparazzi as she's being sent to prison, and just anything we could okay, how can we make it fun? How can we make it playful within this theme?
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun. It kind of like, I don't know why I'm thinking of the whole Lizzie McGuire. I don't know if I'm dating myself or anything.
No.
Kind of how like her imagination would just go out of proportion. And go. That's so beautiful.
Yeah.
Something else do you want us to share with us about?
Oh, good question. We're really excited to be a part of this film festival. It's, obviously we'd love to be there in person, but we're so glad that we're able to have it online. So many more people are able to see it who, maybe would not be able to travel down for it. Right. So it's so exciting.
Right. It's accessible all worldwide right now, streaming on La Femme Film Festival. You can purchase your tickets online. And did you, when you were casting for this film, how did you go about that?
Yeah, so there were a few people that we cast directly, specifically the warden interrogator. We approached her directly. And for the main girl who was based on me, we put out a casting notice, had a lot of submissions. Like I think we had like 150 or so kids all coming, like wanting to audition for it. So and the first person up that day was Eden Summer Gilmore, who ended up playing Olivia, who's our lead, and she just blew us away immediately. And so she's incredible. She's won awards for this performance.
Nice.
So excited to have her, and now she's off doing other wonderful things on network TV and other films, and she's incredible.
Okay, well, this has been amazing. Thank you so much for joining us, Veronica. Anybody, 20 minutes? Oh, shoot, I just lost the name of it. 20 minutes to life.
Yeah.
Oh, I totally just got the connection. 20 minutes to life, because it's a sentence of detention to life in jail.
Exactly.
Very clever. Veronica, thank you so much again for joining us. Congratulations on being one of the selected participants this year, and can't wait to see more of your work in that screening. October, it's this Friday.
This Friday. I can't remember the number day.
Can't remember the number day either.
In Pacific time. Yeah.
Okay, so everybody check out 20 Minutes to Life on Instagram, Facebook, and Veronica, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Hello and welcome to the Femme Film Festival virtually. We have here Christina, and who's joining us?
Landon Satterfield. He's the editor and story editor. So the last 3 years of Post has been a collaboration, and documentaries, the edit is kind of where the story gets refined and clarified. So I told him I wanted to be a part of this experience with me.
Yes, because you play such a crucial part to the final product of this documentary.
Yeah.
I at least tried to, so.
He succeeded.
Thank you.
So the new abolitionist, I feel like I can't say it.
Abolitionists. Yeah.
Abolitionist. Tell us about this documentary. What's something that you wanted people to take away after watching it?
Well, I wanted them to first and foremost go through the experience I went through on my trip to Southeast Asia. I became aware of human sex trafficking in 2012. I met a quote unquote abolitionist. She started an NGO and was building homes to bring rescued children and women to help rehabilitate them. She had been a nurse and had seen that there was no real care set up, that this level of trauma, that there wasn't at that point a system set up in hospitals to help rehabilitate people who had been through, young children who had been through this experience. So she was building homes and trying to do that. So I became kind of ignited and lit that I wanted to be a part of somehow this cause. And then it took a few years, and then I went and did research, met people who were involved, and then found this group of people in Southeast Asia who kind of were somewhat connected and interconnected, and was fascinated with what they were doing. They had all dedicated their lives to ending human sex trafficking, and I basically wanted to be a part of it. So for me, the audience's experience it's similar to what happened to me. I wanted to be similar to what happened to me. It was a priority that people feel that they come away more educated, less confused, hopeful that there is a way to end this, and activated that they have a part to play in that.
Yes, that is crucial information for people to get out and to see that. I mean, for people that are going through it, they might not see an end to their suffering or a meaning behind everything that they're going through. So to create content of this importance is so monumental. Like, it raises awareness for other people that don't know how much this is really happening, how close to us it's happening. And the numbers are very high because people don't bring awareness to it. So a documentary like this is very important. It's very, it's opening the doors to conversations that people don't want to have about because they're not comfortable. So I think it's absolutely beautiful that you went somewhere, became a part of an experience that you wouldn't expect, and then you're creating something out of it. For those of you joining us live, the abolitionist, I'm going to butcher that word, abolitionist, you can find it. It's streaming live throughout the festival, but are you hosting a screening, a Q&A, something where people that can't access to it or during the festival, where else can they view this?
October 18th, 2 p.m.
Yeah, October 18th, 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Our Q&A live streaming event is at cya.live/event/4842. So for anyone who wants to check it out, I think it's only it's $4.99 for that film specifically for that screening. But if you take part in La Femme International Film Festival, sign up It's at the La Femme website. You can take part in all the films in the festival, and there's some amazing stuff that's coming.
Yes. So yeah, you could buy a ticket anytime during the festival. You can watch it, access it, and make sure you check out their screening. Real quick before we go, because I know we're kind of on a time crunch here, something that you would want people to take from your documentary or your experience?
Well, making the movie changed me. I didn't want it was the same experience most people have about not really wanting to deal with this subject matter.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't it's horrific what's happening. It's the second biggest criminal industry globally. Drugs first, human trafficking second, and weapons third. So it's major what's happening globally. I didn't want to confront it, but I did. And by getting interested in understanding it and trying to get to the root causes, it changed me because it made me a stronger person, less afraid of confronting problems head on. And I think that that's an important ability and a part of our maturation as human beings. We have to confront dark truths and vanquish them. And it's been done historically already. I mean, the transatlantic slave trade was already ended. So this kind of mutation of it, it can be done. It's doable.
Yes.
We just can't be afraid of confronting it. Yeah.
Exactly. All right. Well, thank you very much for being here and for joining us and for creating this. Everybody, make sure you go check in, go to that screening. Christina, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi. Oh, Heather, welcome. My screen went blur for a second. Thank you so much for joining us here virtually at La Femme Film Festival. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you today?
Thank you. I'm very well. Breaking and Entering, it's a web series.
Yes.
Something you want us to know about this web series, the creation of it?
Sure. So Breaking and Entering is a comedy web series, and it's about two personal organizers who are competing with each other to offer the most extreme and intense decluttering experience.
Everybody needs decluttering in their life.
Yes.
And it's a perfect time to do it right now with COVID, right?
Yes, we're all home looking at our stuff.
Heather, are you having a screening party, a Q&A?
Yes, we are having one this Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern time. And yeah, we're excited. We're excited to be a part of the festival.
Yes. So for anybody viewing live, you can view the web series at any point during La Femme Film Festival. And you're having the screening party this Saturday. Who is joining us here? Okima?
Hi, Okima.
Hi. Did I say your name correctly?
Yes, it's Okima. How are you?
Good. How are you? Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
So, Okima, you're the producer.
I am. I had the pleasure of working with Heather on this really crazy, really funny, fun adventure that we had called Breaking and Entering's pilot.
So is this web series after the screening party? Are you going to be launching it onto YouTube, or how can our viewers stay connected and follow you?
Well, we actually have a bunch of other festival screenings coming up. We're going to be screening at Portland Comedy Film Festival, then NYC Web Fest,
where we are nominated for Best Pilot.
Yes. And we also won an award at Portland Comedy Film Festival for Best Web Series Episode. So yeah, we have upcoming screenings and we're excited.
This is very exciting. What drew you to write this web series?
Well, Heather is the writer. She had the concept and everything together. And I was actually just a consultant for her at the time. I was helping her build her budget, helping her put her things together. And I was like, this is really good. Who's producing this? She's like, I don't know. I was like, I know. And it just all kind of worked out.
Awesome. Okay, so it's a web series about people decluttering their spaces.
Yes.
And that's something that we need right now. Screening is this Saturday. And do you have social media where people can follow you, get the updates on the web series, the next places that it's going to be screening?
Yeah, right now it's just our personal pages on Instagram. So I'm Heather, HEATHER.Spilkin, SPILKIN, on Instagram.
Okay.
And mine is my name, Okima Timur, on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook.
Awesome. Well, thank you, ladies, so much for spending a moment of your time here with us today. And congratulations on being selected onto the Femme Film Festival screening this Saturday. Everybody make sure you stay tuned. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks
Thank you for having us.
Thanks for being here. Hello, Maggie and Michael.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you so much for being here today with us at La Femme Film Festival Virtual Edition. You created a documentary called Untie Me.
Yes.
How? You're excited?
Thank you so much for having us. We're so excited to be here.
I'm excited to be here speaking with you. Untie Me. Oh, look at the poster behind you is for the documentary.
Yep.
So you can find Untie Me screening anytime during our live La Femme Film Festival, but are you holding a special screening for the documentary?
Yes, we are. This is Saturday, the 17th at 4 p.m. We hope to see you there. We're gonna have a panel, and we're gonna have Michael there. We're gonna have our amazing actor who is a acrobatic vocalist. It's amazing, and we're gonna have our specialist, our psychiatrist, Dr. Nancy, and we're gonna have a composer. Our composer, she's amazing too, and of course I'm gonna be there.
This sounds like an amazing panel to attend. How did you create Untie Me? What brought it to life?
I actually was planning a trip, yet another trip to Europe, planning to be there about 20 days, and I wanted to film it. And you maybe not be able to tell at this point, but I'm a quadriplegic, and a hobby I have is traveling. Now, it doesn't come easy, but it comes with a lot of fun. And I felt that it would be nice to share with other people to show them, you know, don't give up and go enjoy life.
Yes.
So we met. I was in the middle of a photo shoot, and this photographer guy said, "You know what? I have to make a quick stop. Let me go meet Michael." And I was like, "I gotta go home." He's like, 10 minutes. He's gonna be a very inspiring person. You're really gonna like him." And I thought, okay, well, inspiring people, I'm always up for that, right? And when I met him, I thought this guy really knows what he's talking about when it comes about making the most of life. When it comes about living in purpose, when it comes about really, really finding the happiness everywhere you go and making the best out of things, I thought, ooh, we're gonna know the same wave of thoughts. So let me get to know you a little bit more. And then he said, you know, I'm just gonna shoot it because, you know, maybe put it something on YouTube and stuff like that. And I said, yes, that would be wonderful, but what about doing a documentary that talks more about what's in your mind, what really set you into this path of happiness, of creation, of manifestation, making so many people happy, because this guy here has impacted positively the life of so many people. And I thought, I gotta be the one making this documentary. Let me do it. So I would begin. And he was happy with the idea of it and how it would impact a lot of people, because to me it was not about only traveling around the world and enjoying life as quadriplegic. To me, it's about what we're going to discuss as well during the panel. Michael has a great sense of humor. I'll let him talk a little bit more so you can see that. And no pressure, but it is about the 6 phases of recovery that everybody goes after tragedy. So a lot of people might be in the initial phases, a lot of other people might be in the middle phases of recovery, but we all as humans go through this and in different order. And Michael is the living proof that everybody can move on and get back at being happy and healthy and having a super beautiful life, regardless of any limiting belief systems that we have. And my thinking was, you know what? Everybody has a lot of, we all have limiting belief systems. And sometimes our limitations are not physical. Sometimes
Right.
they're
in our mind.
Yeah, most of the time people are limited by the way they think. So I chose to film it because I wanted to show people. I then chose Maggie because her vision was grander than mine. And I thought it would be magical to put it together.
Yes. Well, I think the two of you combined have offered an amazing perspective. I think it is very true that the richness comes in traveling and being in control of your mind and making the most of life. So for all of you tuning in, you can watch this documentary anytime live during the Femme Film Festival. Sorry, that was a tongue twister.
Yeah.
Or you get the screening this Saturday, October 17th at 4 p.m. And you will have a chance to hear from the amazing panel of all the people that were in this together for this documentary. Maggie, Mike, I would like to thank you so much for your time and for joining us here today. Congratulations on putting out this wonderful stories that need to be shared.
Thank you so much. Thank you to LA Film Festival. Such an amazing group of ladies. We can't wait to watch all of the movies that are amazing, and I'm so honored to be part of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hi, Mary. Welcome. Thank you for joining us to the Femme Film Festival virtual edition.
Thank you. Hi, Ariana. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. So you were selected, your script, Shine On, was the selection onto the film festival. Tell us a little bit about the creation of the script.
So it's an original pilot. It's a comedy. It's like an edgy sitcom. It's the Bob Newhart show meets Fleabag. So it's funny. And my history is I've been a clinical therapist for 20 years and started screenwriting probably 8 years ago. And I decided that it was really important to sort of get, and I thought it was a great way to be able to get the women's voices out there with this kind of a idea of like the woman is speaking to the camera and saying what she's really feeling and thinking in a situation that it's the unspeakable truths that we don't talk about as mothers, as working women, as wives. So it's funny and it's honest, and she's dealing with well, the log line is basically she's polished on the outside, snarky on the inside. Ginger's a therapist dealing with her own crazy family life while pretending to have it together for her A-list clients. So she has an office in Beverly Hills, but she actually lives in Woodland Hills where everything is falling apart. You know, the house needs repair. And she's part of the sandwich generation. She's taking care of her ill father-in-law. And then she's dealing with a 14-year-old who's trying to become herself and individuate, and it's really snarky and mean towards her mom. And so that's what it is. And she's married to a cable TV broadcaster who's gone all the time doing sports. Yeah. And so she's dealing with all those different things at one time.
Sure, very, very much like real life, right? Where
Yeah, it is.
Especially in the career, you have to be so put together. Meanwhile, everything's falling apart, and you just can't like show that.
Right. It's probably more real than people realize. And I think it's a really good feminist view because I'm not sure that all men in some ways realize how much they put on the better half
Yeah.
the female half, you know, you're the mother, so you have to take care of all this, and you do the grocery shopping and the cooking, and you know, you arrange things and schedule things, and yet you're working, and so it's kind of, I think it's nice because it kind of gives us credit, women credit for all the things that we do that people maybe the opposite sex doesn't really realize we're doing. That makes sense.
Yeah, because doing all of this is a lot of work. So I think it's absolutely wonderful that you've put a comedic spin to the craziness that is life. And so your script, it hasn't been developed into a film yet, right?
No, it is in the semifinal stage at the La Femme, and I'm really happy about that. I mean, out of every contest, this is the one.
Yeah,
especially for this script. Like
it like goes hand in hand. I mean, this is a women's festival put together by women, and this script brings on the life of a woman.
Yes,
day to day. So for those of us that want to continue your journey, want to watch this play out, where can we follow you? How can we get access to? Are we reading the script?
Yeah, so it is just a pilot that I've written so far. It hasn't been shot into anything, so you can't really see anything. But my fingers are crossed that something will come from this at some point, and we'll be able to see it. And that would be obviously fantastic.
Yes. Well, it sounds very funny, and it sounds like the work that we need to have put out and seen. So what is your personal handle for social media so we can follow you and stay up to date with the progress?
That's it's actually my Facebook, I guess, is Mary Elbert, ELBERT Robbins, ROBBINS, and that's just my Facebook page, Mary Elbert Robbins.
Perfect. Well, Mary, thank you so much for taking moments of your time to come in here and talk to us. Congratulations on being selected. I am looking forward to your script being adapted onto film and television, because this just sounds like the content that we need.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, guys. I can't hear you. I can't hear either one of you.
I'm on. Hold on.
There you are.
There we go. We're just unmuting our mics. First of all, thank you two for doing an amazing job during La Femme Film Festival. I got to ask you, Ariana, before we let you go, I got a question. I mean, what's your viewpoint of the La Femme Film Festival? I know this is your first year.
This is my first year being part of it, and thank you so much for bringing me on, because I had an incredible time. I wish I could sit here and spend time with all these amazing creators. I'm so inspired to make my own stuff now.
I know, right? And for those of you that don't know, she's very funny in front and behind the camera a lot. So, and an actress herself, and definitely, I feel like the producer in you is really coming out.
You think so?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I feel it like knocking at the door.
It needs to. Okay, Martha Casara, this is your second year in a row, by the way. Yeah, talk to me. I mean, obviously, this year is quite different from last ones, being that we were all on the red carpet.
Yes. Well, I mean, I'm still super inspired by all these women. It's just amazing to hear everybody, their work coming together, even though we have all this craziness going on with COVID, but we're still hustling and we're still making things happen.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Do you guys have a favorite film that or that you currently spoke about that you're like, oh, I got to go check that out?
Go ahead.
I mean, they're all amazing, all of them. But let me tell you, Maria in America, when I was speaking to the writers, they she just teared up talking about the story. And it's about, I don't know if you were able to listen to it, but it's based on her story of her younger brother who's a veteran and dealing with PTSD, coming back to America and life after there. And then unfortunately, I mean, I don't know if I should give away what happened that drove the story, but they're just topics that are so important and crucial that we need to talk about and address. And it's just...
Yeah, Ariana, I'm glad you brought that up. Some of these are more heartfelt than others, and still the ones that are not necessarily heartfelt are still, there's so much work happening behind the scenes, right?
Yes.
Absolutely. I mean, these women are just putting their heart and soul into this work.
Mm-hmm.
It's absolutely inspiring and amazing.
Yeah.
And for those of you just tuning in again, go get the tickets, okay? I'm just going to do a quick little screenshot here if I could do so. And it is of the actual ticket where you can go get it. It is available right here. Let me bring it up really quick for everybody to see. We keep sharing it to everybody, but I know a lot of you are wondering, well, what does that look like if I go and click there? And I don't know if you guys have actually done that yourself, but what you'll see is all of the ticket prices right there available for your viewing pleasure. You've got the all access pass for $49.99. You got the film pass for $19.99 if you just want to watch the films and none of the panels. But if you just want the panels alone, that's $29.99. And then if you want to get just for the movie, maybe you're supporting a friend or maybe you're just like, oh, I'll tell you, I'll switch. I want to watch that, because that was a terrible time in our history. And I feel like some countries are kind of going back to that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's so many of the movies that I want to watch. So I want to get the all access pass. Because I mean, it's $49.99. So it's amazing. You get to watch all the films and enjoy everything that all these women have made.
Yeah. And I think the all access pass is incredible because you get to listen to the panels. You get to hear how the stories were created, what drew them together, how the struggles that they went through, but then you get to see the final product. And it is incredible because sometimes you may get a script, you may read it, and you visualize it different than what it actually came out to be. And to see the connection is just phenomenal.
Yeah, I believe so too. Okay, Martha, we're going to let you do your thing. We're going to go to a quick break. And when we come back, it's more filmmakers right here at the La Femme Film Festival. Thank you guys for spending time with me.
Thank you.
Hi there. Who do we have on? Hello, ladies.
Hi.
How are you? Welcome to La Femme. It's so great to have all of you ladies.
Thanks
So
for having
who wants to start? Let's start with Dreamer. Tell me about it.
So Dreamer was a short film that I wrote and I co-directed with Deanna. And Lindell here is one of our other lead actresses as well. And basically it was inspired by migration story of my mom when she first came to this country. And also seeing a lot of what was going on with DACA recipients. Most of us here are on the West Coast. We're in the Southern California region, so we're close to the border. So everything that was going on with immigrants coming over, DACA recipients, et cetera. And so I just wanted to find how to tell that story and pack it with a punch. So that's kind of it in a nutshell.
Yeah. So Virgie, you've been around for a while. You've been in the entertainment industry. So
and I still look good, girl.
You
I
look
still
good.
good.
Yes. Yes. I was listening. You said something about 30 years in videos. I was like, no, there is
I gotta change
no
that.
way. Girl, were you like
change
one?
that. I gotta change that. I gotta change that stat.
She was 2.
Yeah, she
I
was
was 2.
two.
I was 2. That's what it is.
So, Virgie, what made you go into this? Into filmmaking, from making dance videos and working with giants in the industry?
Yeah, I think for me, it was, especially as female filmmakers, I think it's hard, because I was still auditioning and stuff as an actress, but it's hard to find those roles, those stories that I wanted to be a part of. They just weren't popping up. And I just was like, you know what, let me start honing in my writing skills. And then as a director, like, I've been around some great directors, and female directors as well. And it's like, there's not enough of us. So instead of just saying, well, there's not enough of it, why don't I just go do it? And let me just get my feet wet and go for it. And, I took some classes over at UCLA Extension. And again, I'm still a newbie at a lot of it. But having someone like Deanna on my team helps me be like, see the light and be like, no, it's got to be done this way. So it was a big learning curve. And if it wasn't for Deanna and some of the other crew as well, I don't think I'd be able to do it. But I think that's what it was. I was just sick of like being like, oh, I'm tired of not having our stories told, or why is it only this narrative? I just went and did it.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about. Now, did you ladies, any of you guys, did you encounter any roadblocks being female filmmakers?
Oh God, yes. The interesting thing is that this story, it's Virgie's story, but it's also my story too, as being an immigrant and basically a DACA before DACA was called DACA, because I came to
our story.
Yeah, it's our story. I came to this country as a child from a small, tiny island in the Indian Ocean, Seychelles, and basically grew up in America and became a citizen. But it's interesting because of, you fall into these different categories as filmmakers. First, a female filmmaker, and then a woman of color, an immigrant. But you're a woman of color, but you're not dark enough.
Yes.
Or you're not
dark enough. You're not light enough.
You're not skinny enough. It's all these things about not being enough. When you know yourself, you're enough. And when Virgie sent this to me, originally just looking at it from writing and then producing and directing, and she was like, "Do you think we can, do this?" And I was like, "We don't say no to ourselves first. We always say yes to ourselves, because let other people, that's them. That's not us. So let's just do this." I don't know any female filmmaker who, even going back to Alfred Hitchcock's wife, who basically co-directed all of his films, who hasn't had some issue.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, ladies. I really appreciate you guys bringing light into this subject, because I think it's so important, especially for a brown girl like me. So it was really exciting to watch this. Yes, and it was really amazing to watch this. So where can we find you on social media?
For social media, it's at Dreamer Short on Instagram. It's Dreamer-Short Film on Facebook. You can find me, Virgie Love, on Instagram. Lindell, are you also on Instagram? If you guys want to share your handles.
I'm Zalik on Instagram.
And I'd like to say, Lindell's perspective of the film as well. She has a specific, for us, it's one way, but for her, she's coming from another side. So just Lindell, can she just share her kind of?
Yes, give us a little bit. Yeah, we're crunched with time, but give us a little bit.
Okay. Yes.
Come on, Lindell.
I'm a native Californian, 4th generation, so I know nothing about the immigration thing, but I have sympathy for it. I played the bad guy in this, but it's such an important message to get out there, and I was really honored to be a part of it. And I'm so proud of Virgie for making it happen everywhere. Getting it out there and getting the message out. It's really, really important, especially now.
Well, thank you so much, ladies. I really want to thank you about this because it's like it rang really close to home. So I appreciate you bringing light to this subject.
Thank you so much, Martha. Thank you for including us. We're excited.
Thank you.
Absolutely. It was a pleasure having you, ladies.
Likewise. Thank you.
Hey.
Hey, Joanna, how are you?
I'm doing so well. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you. So, Joanna, please tell me about your film.
So this is the film Corked, and it's about a woman coming up in the wine industry in the 70s. And our director and producer, Lori Shockley, couldn't make it in today, but she and her friend, Janet Dyer, the whole story was based on Janet's life and her experience actually in the wine industry in the 70s. And so it was incredible to be able to tell a story of her experiences. I mean, things like she would get shoved into a cooler by these men so that she couldn't make the sale. Like, it was just like insane. Oh, Lori might be coming in right now. Hey!
Sorry for the delay.
That's quite all right. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, go ahead, Joanna.
I was just catching them up on where the story came from about Janet's experiences. I guess I should say, hi, I'm Joanna, and I played Jane, the woman, said woman in the story. And I can pass it off to Lori. So glad you're here.
Thanks. I apologize again. I've been out hiking and I couldn't get back in time. So.
That's amazing. That's quite all right. You're totally excused just because of that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead, Lori.
So we're thrilled to be here. I'm not sure what the question is, but I'm thrilled with being part of Femme. And I really think this is an important story.
I have a quick question for you guys.
Sure.
So I know that this film focuses on a lot of challenges that women face in a male-dominated industry.
Yeah.
So have you personally faced any challenges being in the film industry as female filmmakers?
That's a loaded question.
It is.
and there's a resolute yes. You know, Joanna and I are different generations, so I think there's probably a different experience that we've both had. I never would have directed this when I was first starting out. You know, we were still shooting film and, you know, big video cameras. And I think with the access of the tools and the way things have moved forward, I'm much more comfortable being in the director's seat than I would have been then. And Joe can speak to what's going on now, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's still, you still hear when they're trying to crew a production, you still hear, I would like to have more females in there, but I just can't find a good female gaffer. It's like, well, where have you looked? And they have no answer. And so I'm part of something called Soft Hold Collective, and we're creating a huge database of women who are amazing at their jobs. So there's never going to be that excuse of, oh, I just couldn't find one, because we will have, it's going to go live soon, but there's going to be, you know, just an extensive list of women for every role, you know, on a film set, you know, people who are so capable. So I can see it changing, which is great. Yes. But of course, you know, you still experience it, still get second guessed all the time. If a man says something versus a woman on a set, they're going to be second guessed. It's ridiculous. So you see a lot of that.
I think that,
ladies.
Sorry. It's okay. With our film, I just wanted to add that, you know, 70% of the crew was female or female identified. So that was really, really important to me. We had a female DP. Our producers were female, and it just goes on and on throughout.
Right. So where can we find a screening of your film?
We're doing the film festival circuit right now. Okay. And so until we're done with that, I'm going to wait and probably distribute it on some of the short film channels. We've had people approach us, so I'm just kind of holding off a little bit until the festival circuit's over.
So make sure everybody get your tickets and watch this film. It's absolutely amazing. And ladies, where can we find you online?
I am Cork the Film on Instagram and Cork the Film on Facebook as well. This is en route to becoming a feature, which is really exciting.
Awesome.
And then personally, I'm Shockley on Instagram.
Well, thank you, ladies, so much. And it was such a pleasure having you. We look forward to watching the film.
Thanks so much for having us.
Hi, Maureen. Welcome, welcome. You're actually muted. Are you able to unmute yourself?
Yes, thank you.
Yay!
Thanks for having me on. I'm thrilled to be here.
Thank you so much for joining us, Maureen. And tell us about 17 and Life Doesn't Wait. It sounds so cool, and it's touching on a lot of teens' lives right now.
Yeah,
So tell me about it.
Sure, absolutely. I was actually inspired to make the film after Hillary Clinton lost the last election, which is kind of timely now, considering there's a new election in the US. I'm a Canadian, but we feel all sorts of things that are going on next door very intimately. So, so once I saw that she didn't shatter the glass ceiling, I had always thought that young people, I have a daughter, would, you know, the world was their oyster. It was open to them.
Right.
It really brought it home that it wasn't. And I became very curious about what was going on for young people and who were just kind of on the verge of going into adulthood. And so I decided to make a film, and I have three girls that I follow in their senior year of high school. So they're kind of in the middle of a transformation and thinking about their futures. And there's Kiki, who's an African-American elite athlete, an amazing person who we watch, and we see her a lot in her family and how she reacts with her family. There's Mitch, who is somebody who's left home. She's basically kicked out of home. She's living on her own. And we watch her as she goes through the different sort of circumstances that brings with it. And she's also just recently had been sexually assaulted. So she brings together a lot of challenges that a lot of people can also relate to. And the third girl, or young woman actually, who's in it is Audrey. And Audrey is someone who wants to get into an Ivy League school. And she's also sort of straddling being an Asian Canadian. So straddling being, you know, her family wants one thing for her and brings a different kind of reality, and what she wants as a Canadian or a North American. Really, our lives are very similar. So.
Right. And, you know, I see that there's so many different pressures for all the girls. So for one of them, it's obviously trying to get into that Ivy League school. The other one, the sports, one struggling with her life. So it's something that's so real to a lot of teens. So what made you bring light into this issue with a lot of teens, actually?
Right. Well, what I actually thought, looked at it, started doing my research, I realized that over 55% of girls self-identify with feeling conflicted in terms of expectations. Are they supposed to, what can they dream about? Can they be the best? Can they not be the best? They're supposed to be a girl, but they're also supposed to compete with the boys. And so are they supposed to be an athlete? Kiki's plays basketball, but it's like considered a boys' game. So I thought, you know, what is this? Well, let's look at it so we can open a discussion, because also 50% of girls also identify as having anxiety or depression before they graduate high school. I mean,
Absolutely.
It's just so high, and much higher than for boys.
Yeah, because they're going through being a child and then transitioning into adulthood and not really knowing where they fit in. So
exactly.
where can we find a screening or more about the film?
Right. Well, I have an educational distributor, Good Docs, who is just like amazing. They're out of LA also, where Femme Film Festival is playing. So, and also right now we're doing the festival circuit, and in Canada it's already on broadcast. But I have an international broadcaster out of London, England, TVF, and they are distributing it in the States. So once it's landed, I'll get it out there for everyone. And meanwhile, it's still available. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Maureen. And is there anywhere we can find you on social media, Instagram, Facebook, anything?
Sure. Actually, on Twitter and Instagram, you can get me at Maureen Judge, at Maureen Judge. And also we have a film Twitter and a handle at 17 and Life Doesn't Wait. And the same for Instagram, 17 and Life Doesn't Wait. So please tune in and watch the film.
Thank you so much, Maureen. It was such a pleasure having you.
Thanks a lot, Martha.
Thank you. Take care. Hey, Lauren.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing well. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure having you. Welcome to La Femme.
My gosh, a pleasure being here. Thank you for having me.
So tell me about the women. I mean, you had me at women in a cult immediately. So tell me about it.
Actually, my other writer is trying to get in. Oh, here we go. Great.
Oh, she's muted.
Oh, she's
Let's
muted.
unmute her. Yeah.
Hi.
And she's also an actress.
That's right. Our director Luna is also in the studio. If we could link her in, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, can we link her in? Oh, there she is.
Hi,
Hello, ladies.
It's good to see everyone.
Yes, great to see you. So please tell me about the film, all about it. Tell us all about it.
So The Women is about 4 women who are in a cult, and at the start of the film, they are abandoned by their leader, the prophet. And so they have to decide, are they going to stay? Are they going to go? Are they going to work together? Are they going to split apart? And it's just about the relationships of women when men aren't around.
Right. So what are some of the roadblocks that your characters faced while juggling with that?
Well, I think what we liked about the idea of cults is that oftentimes the man tries to kind of pit the women against each other. So
Yes.
we're all sort of competitive with each other because we want his attention. So we kind of don't know what to do when he's gone, and we're like used to hating each other. And then we slowly realize, wait, I really like you, and we really get along, and you make me laugh, and you fulfill these needs that I thought only he could fulfill.
So then you guys become bonded and become friends.
Yeah.
In the film.
Finding strength in each other is exactly right. And, you know, there's this person who's been controlling us, brainwashing us, making us think that he is everything, and that's the only way to be. And now we get to test that, and we find out that it's simply not true.
Absolutely. And you know what? It's like that in real life too, I feel like. But then when women come together.
A little bit, Martha, huh?
But we are such an amazing force when we all come together. I mean, we see it with you ladies, just coming together and making this film. So what can you guys tell us about that friendship and that connection of coming together in making something flourish?
Oh, So it was one of the, go ahead, Linda, sorry. I'm just going to speak from the crew side, and from that, I got to direct this wonderful, wonderful film. And we had probably a 70-30 female strong, let's say female strong crew. It was incredible. An amazing DP, Christy Tully. We had an amazing producer, Kelly Parker. And we just kind of came together and in 2 days crushed what should have been a much longer shoot. Everybody, I mean, it was madness. We all literally came together and kind of had this single focus and no egos, and just to make it the best that it could be. And so getting to work with these actors and also having the benefit of them being the writers and kind of dive into these characters and see what parallels we can draw kind of with life and also just with each other. It was one of those films where the experience of getting to be with them and rehearse, and then the experience of shooting it, and the experience of how it came out, all of them were parallel. And
Yeah,
that
they're
doesn't always
equally
happen.
amazing.
Yeah, that doesn't always happen with filmmaking, you know.
Absolutely. So tell us, where can we find you? Can we watch a screening of the film anywhere aside from La Femme?
So once it premieres at the festival, it will be available online for people to watch, but you can follow us on Instagram at The Women Film for all updates on that.
Okay. And then do you guys want to plug in your Instagrams, your Facebook for all of you ladies?
I'm Suzanne Luna, SUZANNELUNA on Instagram.
And I'm Lauren Mary Robb on Instagram.
And I'm at Benda Ingrid on Instagram, my middle name.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, ladies, for joining us. And we really look forward to watching this film. It was a pleasure speaking with you.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Aaron, you have you're muted.
I know, that's the way I like to roll. I like to roll muted because I'm Mr. Mute as of today. Because at the end of today, which we're doing a marathon of interviews, by the way, for those of you just tuning in for the very first time, Adrusha, she's a returning alumni La Femme member. So is Martha Casera.
Hello.
You two obviously are keeping extra tight on the what I call the interviews. First of all, Martha, I know we're going to let you go, but Adrusha is going. This is her last half hour with us. Adrusha, quick question: what's it like coming back to La Femme?
It's been 5 years for me. As you guys know, I'm a filmmaker and a producer myself. It's great to be back supporting women who are filmmakers. It's amazing to hear all the stories that these ladies have come up with. Apologies for the technical difficulties the first time around, guys. So I'm ready for this next segment. I'm excited about the films that are about to come up. And I can't wait to watch them all in the screens next week.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and speaking of technical difficulties, we got to check your Wi-Fi. Something's going on with the data. We're pixelated. But and then Martha, look, I know we've got more of you later. We're going on all the way to 4 o'clock for those of you tuning in, and then we're picking up again this evening, 7 to 9 o'clock, because every filmmaker is like, no, I need to get in on this. I've never had so many people say we demand to be on, right, Martha?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we're extremely ecstatic to have all these women. I'm having so much fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, we got to take a quick break, but again, go check it out. We're posting the links for you guys to check it out. It's all virtual. Many of these have a preview party, Q&A. You get to watch with other filmmakers and other cast members and other directors, producers. It's a great free-for-all. It's a great meetup. Is there like a networking room that you could just say, hey?
There should be.
I know. I don't know.
there?
I got to talk to Leslie Lepage over there, the founder and creator. Can you believe it? 16 years of La Femme.
Yes, you know, last year I made so many friends with women from the festival. It was amazing. It was absolutely amazing.
All right, we gotta check. We gotta check Adrusha's connection. We'll be right back right after this. Adam, take me out of here.
Hi, Adva. How are you? Did I say that correctly?
You actually did, and I was like sure that you weren't going to.
With a name like Adrusha, you get used to pronunciations of other people's names that are equally as original. It's such a pleasure to meet you, Adva. And I'm so excited to tell everyone a little bit about Project Fog. I know that this is about a devoted undercover Israeli agent, correct? Tell us a little bit about what inspired this and about what people will be expecting at the screenings next week.
So, okay, a little bit about me, just so I can explain how and why I wrote that. I'm from Israel, currently living in LA, but before coming here, I was working in the media and I was covering themes as terror and war. And after the 2014 war that we had with Gaza, I think I just felt overwhelmed and I needed to let it out. And so many of the stories were still in my head. And even though I moved to LA, I tried to find a way to let them out and speak of the conflict, which is playing such a big role in my life and in everyone's life in that area. So I wanted to show both sides and I wanted to find a unique way of doing that using a spy. So yeah, it is about an undercover Israeli agent who has been living in Gaza and has infiltrated Hamas. And when an Israeli soldier is kidnapped through the underground tunnels into Gaza, he's operated to find him. And then he finds out that his 16-year-old son is one of the kidnappers. So now he has to choose between his duty, his family, and keeping his identity undercover. Basically, I love putting my characters in like the worst situation.
Sounds very good. Full of very, very rich characters, and it sounds like a complicated storyline. Were there unique ways that you found to integrate the stories and really keep tension for the audience? I think with a lot of these types of films specifically, the way that a filmmaker creates and holds tension for an audience is so unique to each filmmaker. Would love to learn a little bit more about the storylines and what your challenges were as you went in and tried to weave this adventure for us.
I think, well, because it's like a drama action, it's packed with action. They always happen. This is kind of the films that I like to watch, where the stakes are really high, and if you lose everything. Yeah, so it's constant in the film. Are you going to lose your life? People around you keep dying. It's the price of war. And I think the biggest challenge for me was I wanted to show humanity on both sides. And I wanted to show the mistakes that both sides make. It wasn't about, oh, look, this side is clearly in the right, this side is clearly in the wrong. You should go with this one, because we all know the conflict is not that simple. If it was, we wouldn't have that anymore. So I came into this after I served in the army, and I was in a unit that actually bridged between the army forces and the population. And then I worked in the media and I worked in documentaries that dealt with terror. And I tried to take everything that I had and still do more research so I can present the other side with the utmost respect and be accurate and present people as people. We do good things, we do bad things, but explain the motives. So through that father-son connection with him and his son, and they finally managed to bond, but it's after the worst scenarios happened, and they understand they're both doing that because they lost someone, and they lost that someone because of the other side, and they're both trying to prevent it. And it ends up.
Are you guys going to have a Q&A and screening party next week when we all get to watch this the 15th through the 18th?
I don't know. So I'm part of the screenplay competition, so I don't know if there will be a Q&A. I would love to do one.
Okay, we'll find out for you. We'll make sure that everybody has the information on it. You can find tickets to the Femme Film Festival below. Adva, where can we find out more information about you as a filmmaker and more information about Project Fog?
Well, you can go to my website, which is my name, Adva Reichman. I know it says my name on the thing, so I'm not even going to try and.
It's there, guys. It's spelling right there.
But yeah, you can find all the information about my films, my screenplays, all in there. You can find me on Instagram. So I keep posting about where it's going to be, and somewhere down the line, this will be produced, and then people can watch it. So this will be easier.
Well, it sounds like you've written a story that is very rich, and a filmmaker will be very, very blessed to have all that beautiful material to make into a feature. We look forward to your Q&A and reading the script. And thank you for joining us today, Adva. Thank you for being the that is a tongue twister. Film Festival.
Thank you for having me. Really excited about this festival. Thank you.
Erica, how are you?
Hi, sorry. I don't think I was hearing you, so.
No, it's okay.
Oh, now I can. Good. Yeah.
So. Erica, such a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you.
Your film, or your short rather, is called Coda, and it is about a young dancer and her struggles with bicultural identity. Tell me what inspired the film, and first tell me a little bit about what the film is about, and then what inspired it. Would be amazing.
Sure. Yeah. CODA actually stands for Child of Deaf Adults. So, she, our dancer Alex, is kind of struggling in her dance school, and she meets a deaf man, and he kind of brings up some of her own internal struggles about where she fits in her world and in her art. And so that's kind of what it's about. The inspiration is my sister actually married a deaf man, so my two blind nephews are CODAs. So I was interested in telling a story that reflected their worldview as well as my own worldview. I'm a former dancer, so I was putting that together with dance, and dance for me was a very visual way of expressing yourself, and obviously sign language is a visual way of expressing yourself. So that's kind of what the inspiration was.
So she meets a deaf drummer, and then this becomes, is it a love story, or is it more about the interaction between her as a child of deaf?
Child of deaf adults, yes.
Deaf adults.
Yeah.
Her experience with this situation, which is it, or a bit of both?
It's a little bit of both. I mean, it is ultimately not about the love story, but as in most things, when we meet somebody that is interesting to us, that inspires parts of ourselves. So it's really a self-discovery or a reawakening of identity, or an awareness of identity. You know, as I kind of likened it a little bit to a person who may have parents that are immigrants. So there's a whole cultural background, right, that is not part of, you know, like being in America, right? So that person who grows up with those same parents and has like all that cultural background, just like our protagonist Alex, she has all the background in being part of the deaf community, but isn't deaf, can never actually fully step into it. So it's really about her reawakening and her awareness of where she's going to fit in this world, like between two worlds. And this deaf drummer kind of sparks that questioning again, and also inspires part of her dance and her art.
It sounds like an unbelievable story. Are you having a screening or Q&A next week that you're aware of that we can invite people to?
We're not having any of the specific ones. We're just part of the general screenings. We're not having a Q&A for specifically this time. Yeah.
Well, tell our audience then where they can find you, more information about you, more information about Coda.
Oh, for sure. Yes. If they want more information from us, our social media handle is at Coda Movie USC. This was my thesis film for USC. So at Coda Movie USC. You can follow me at E Davis Marsh, which is first letter Davis Marsh with no hyphen, if they want to find me. And that's across all board. We're there on Instagram. We're there everywhere. So you can find us and find more about us and chat with us. We're happy to chat with you.
Coda sounds like a deeply touching story. We appreciate you being with us today, Erica. We can't wait for the screening of your short at the La Femme Film Festival.
Yeah, so excited.
Everybody get tickets, and Erica, we'll see you there.
Thank you so much.
Hi.
Yes. Hi. How are you?
Nice to meet you. I'm good. How are you?
You. Your film is called Summer Soundtrack.
Yes.
And it sounds like it's kind of a nostalgic film about a summer on repeat. Tell me exactly. This is a love story. It's got the summer vibe to it. What inspired the story? And tell our audience a little bit more about what they should be expecting at the screening next week of your short.
Sure. So, hello, I'm Artemis Snow. I wrote, produced, and co-directed Summer Soundtrack. In the film, we kind of weave through the memories of a woman named Kira as she reflects on a really meaningful and impactful relationship in her past on the day of the wedding that everyone is getting ready for. And it's really a tender conversation starter piece exploring how we define what a soulmate is, well, at least the traditional concept of what a soulmate is in Western culture.
Oh, a little nugget there. So is there a contrast between Western and Eastern culture and what these definitions are within this film, or what inspired your definition of a soulmate or wanting to explore this in a short?
Oh, for sure. I mean, I'm sure many of the themes in this short are very universal. The sentiments can be very universally felt, but for sure there's a specific Western concept that I am zoning in on. I did use a lot of real relationships in my life to kind of highlight the message we were hoping to convey. So while it was inspired by real experiences, it was definitely refined through reflection and a lot of conversation.
I love a great love story, and I especially love something that feels and has the tonality of something that is so familiar to all of us, that feeling of summer and summer love. Tell our audience a little bit about where they can find more information about you, Artemis, and about your filmmaking.
Yeah, of course. So you can find the short at both Instagram and Facebook. I believe we're at Summer Soundtrack Short on both platforms.
Summer Soundtrack Short.
And you can find me personally at The Next Venture on Instagram. And yeah, definitely we are really hoping to evoke that relatable nostalgia that you were talking about. So thank you for bringing that up.
No, of course. So Summer Soundtrack Short. And on Instagram, you are at
The Next Adventure.
The Next Adventure. What a great handle. Thank you so much for joining us today, Artemis. Will there be a screening and Q&A for you next week for the short? Do you know?
We'll be on demand all week, but not a specific Q&A for us.
Okay, we'll make sure that everyone gets links to those. Please join us next week at La Femme Film Festival. Watch Artemis's Summer Soundtrack and be taken back to that summer love that you guys all are missing out on this summer. Thank you for being with us, Artemis.
Thank you so much.